Hey, howdy, partners. Look, I'm moving the pillows out of the way. How are you? How are you? Welcome to Wednesday Live and Power Hour. We are live. It is 5 p.m. I'm going to give you all an opportunity to roll on. And that noise that you hear in the background, the housekeepers are just finishing up, so it may be loud for a little while. But we are going to go ahead and enjoy today's Empower Hour. I'm excited to see what Spirit has for all of us because last month we didn't have Empower Hour. Remember, I got my tooth pulled and then I got dry socket and then I didn't do Empower Hour. So here we are 2 months later. I'm excited to connect with you. Who just joined me? Hey, Lacey Dawn, how are you? Welcome, 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 welcome. How are you? How are you? I was just explaining it's a little loud. The housekeepers are just finishing up. So it's going to be a little noisy for a little while and then it'll be done and we'll have our normal chat. So we'll just wait for others to roll on in with us. How are you feeling today, Lacey Dawn? How is things going with your business and just life in general? Hi, sis. Hey, Sharon. So if you have not followed Sharon Trinnell, please do. She's one of the Divine Source Energy Healers on the Ashworth Scott Life Sculpting team, but she is also a brilliant choreographer and she's putting together a production. And I'm like bummed that I'm not going to be there because I'm not going to be in town. But you can be there. So connect with her so you can support that and schedule energy healing with her if you feel led. The link's in the description of every video and in the bio of all of my platforms, okay? Oh, thank you so much, Lacey Dawn. I'm glad to hear that it's doing good. Do you do any Zumba on YouTube? Because a girlfriend of mine, we were chatting today, and she was saying that she doesn't go to the gym. She works out at home, and she does so on YouTube with people that do workouts on YouTube. So, do you already do that? Hi, Tempest. How are you? Hey, Stephanie. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy hump day to you too. Yes, yes, yes. I'm so glad you guys are here. I missed you guys. I was saying in the beginning how we missed last month because I had my tooth pulled and then I got dry socket and it was just a mess. So here we are 2 months later and I feel every bit of the 2 months, every bit of it. Thank you. So, yeah. So, you know what? While we're waiting for people to join us, I'm going to go ahead and pull some cards. Now, I was guided to grab two decks. I was guided to grab this one. So, in case when we get into the readings, anyone has a love question, I'll use cards for that. But this was my very first deck, you guys. And some of you that have been with me for a long time know how I selected this deck. Like, out of nowhere, I was guided by Spirit to get a deck, right? Because, like most of us on our journey in the beginning, we don't start off like, oh, I'm going to do readings. Oh, I'm going to get cards, right? And so Spirit was like, go get a deck. And we had this place in Tacoma that was called Crystal Voyage. And I loved that place. So I went and I had narrowed it down to two decks. So you know how you select your crystals? Some in the beginning, it's how I selected mine. And you hold them in your hand, and you kind of feel the frequency to see which one speaks to you. So I decided, since I couldn't decide, and at that time, I wasn't fully like the way Spirit and I communicate now. I hadn't gotten to that point yet. So I held both decks in my hand. And then the one that really spoke to me was this one. So, very first deck. So, this deck is special to me, but I'm going to pull a card or two or three from this deck. And I'm not live on the other platforms today. I feel guided to just be here with you on this platform. So, let's see what Spirit has for us. What do you have for us today as a collective? Thank you so much, Tempest. Okay, it's not meant to be reversed. Great. Pull from the bottom. And then you all, can you send some healing energy and just prayers to our sisters Audra and Ray? And also send some love to our sister Sharon too. If you guys can do that, that would be so awesome. So awesome. That one is meant to be reversed. Okay. So the first card we got is 10 of Raphael. Love and blessings fill your life. Harmonious relationships with family members happily ever after. So this is our first card. And then we have Four of Gabriel, time for a celebration, abundant rewards for hard work. Release yourself from burdensome situations. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye. And then we have Seven of Raphael, time to make a decision. Be clear on what you choose and take action. And it says a need for detoxification, but we're going to say it serves your highest good for detoxification. Now, this one came in reverse, and it's Three of Michael. Release the past. You will grow from this situation. Time heals all wounds. Okay, so let me just get into these first three cards and then I'll tell you what's coming in for that. So, number one, the thing that Spirit is reiterating is how we almost in every Empower Hour for the past few months, I've been talking about this abundant energy, right? Like this amazingly abundant energy that we're tapped into, right? And so, Spirit is reminding you of the energy that we are tapped into. As you're on your journey, you may find that you're coming up against a few obstacles or you may feel like things are falling apart. You know, I always say detect a pattern. As you up level, usually something will happen that can potentially throw you off your game and keep you stuck where you just left or where you're choosing to leave, right? So it's up to you to understand this is just a part of the natural progression of my journey of elevation, right? So whether it's in love and romance, whether it's in career, whether it's in family life or just your own spiritual journey, you are in a season of up level, right? Now, with this last card where it says release the past, some of you have been getting the message that it's time to start your journey, whether it's with me or somebody else. Well, Spirit is saying once again, it's time, right? Now, the reverse part is time heals all wounds. That's not true in and of itself, right? Spirit would like you to ask yourself the question, what are you doing? How are you taking active steps to heal those wounds that your soul is ready and has been ready to release? It's about action, right? So, as I'm tapping into just the energy of the collective right now, the energy of the collective feels heavy, but it doesn't negate the fact that we are existing in a very positive and high level flow of abundance, right? The energy in the collective is heavy because most people in the collective are holding on to, carrying, or refusing to release the heavy burdens that weigh them down, right? So you may be feeling that too. You may notice that too. And it may put you in a funk if you're not protecting every day, right? Well, before you do one, two, three is releasing and disconnecting, canceling, clearing the energy that you may have picked up, then protecting every day, doing your meditation and prayer, and just doing all of your self-love, self-care, mind, body, soul, and don't forget emotional, mind, body, soul, and emotional healing, right? So let's see what you all are saying. Hey, Anitra. Lacey Dawn said, I actually don't right now. I'm still just getting established here and I'm teaching a lot of classes right now, but I've definitely been thinking about doing it in the near future. Well, that would be amazeballs. And one of the things you could do to cut out work for yourself is maybe do like have a tripod, right, in the background and recording the classes that you're already teaching and just uploading those to YouTube, have where there's maybe like a split in your audience where they're kind of off to one side, off to the other side, and the tripod is set in the back so that you can be seen. You stand in the middle and it records you. And then since you're already doing the work anyway, you can just start uploading it. So it doesn't have to be an extra, right? That's something because it will definitely serve your highest good to begin doing a YouTube channel with what you're already doing. Hey, Mom. Hey, TK. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, TK. So, yeah, it's time. It's time, you guys. One of the things that Spirit would like me to tell you is don't be deceived, right, by the surface feeling. Have any of you, let me know, what have you all been feeling in the frequency right now? And how are you on your journey? Have you noticed that pattern of when you up level, there's always something that just tugs at you, attempting to keep you where you choosing to leave? What's your journey feeling like right now? And as you're letting me know that, I'm going to go ahead and pull a few more cards. Ooh. These two are in my hand. Am I taking those as well? I heard yes. And there's a lot of throat chakra. Okay, so far what we've got, I mean throat. There's a lot of, well, now there is, but we started with a lot of heart. We have sacral, we have throat, and there's even more throat. There's also crown, and there's a message of self-love here. There's quite a bit of heart. So as I'm just looking at like the colors and the chakras that they're associated with, you're being called to heal the things from your past that took your voice away, right? You're being called to heal those things from your past that took your voice away. And some of you that stand up for yourself and speak up for yourself in certain situations, and I'm feeling like the sass, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about when it comes, for some, it's that, right? But we're talking about that part of you that when it comes to someone that you care about, right? Whether it's you love them or you care about their opinions or their feelings or how they're going to react, those are the situations that you're being called to stand up and speak your truth. Now, on the flip side of that, some of you are being called to stand up to share your gifts because you're still only showing at a percentage of your true self. Because some people are used to you being who you've always been in your life and theirs. And whether it's a conscious thing or an unconscious thing, there's this belief that if I show up, are they going to be able to handle it? I mean, there's all kind of things that goes through the mind. Will they feel this? Will they think I'm this? Will they, right? And so Spirit is saying, this is why you're here. It's time, right? It's time. Some of you are being called to go deeper in your calling, right? Because you've just been scratching the surface. Some of you are being called to do that. Some of you are being called to drop the dead weight, right? The heavy weight that keeps you bound to where you're choosing to no longer be, to where Spirit has told you you've outgrown that space. And this is not where you're meant to stay. It's not where you're meant to reside. You're meant to set up shop someplace else now. Okay. So let's see. You've been feeling exhausted. Yeah, I've been exhausted too, but I feel like it's the work that we just did that has also contributed to that. As y'all can see, I got pajamas on. I took my shower and then I just put on pajamas because I'm chilling. And when we done here, guess what I'm doing? I'm getting into bed and guess what I'm gonna watch? Tubi. hmm Hey Brittany, how are you? Let's see. Tempest said, girl has been so very much fear and anxiety once I've decided to move and keep moving, trying to be kinder to myself. Well, cancel delete trying, because when you say trying, your unconscious mind hears don't do it. You're choosing to be kinder to yourself. I am being kinder to myself, right? So that's good. And here's the thing. I'm gonna get to the card, y'all. I promise. Oh, look, that looks kind of okay. It's just me. Anyways, here's the thing that I'd like to share with you. Something that just recently happened with a client of mine. We were doing some work together, and she received a message from Spirit and was guided. And the anxiety, the fear of that guidance, right, pertaining to other people, and the fear of how they would feel, what they would think. So she chose to remix it, right? She chose to remix it. Now, there's no judgment because it's your own journey. What you choose is what you choose, right? But the thing that I was led to share with her was sometimes when we start to feel that discomfort that's associated with elevating, we don't allow ourselves an opportunity to get to the other side, right? And so after doing that, what she noticed was ego got stronger and her clarity felt like it lessened, right? So it's like that little story that says, what are you choosing to feed? So when Spirit guides you and you may feel that anxiety or you may feel that fear, and instead of sticking to it and turning it over, I've shared with you the conversations I have with Spirit when that happens. Instead of doing that and pushing through, if you give in, you're now feeding anxiety. You're now feeding the fear. You're now feeding all of the things that you're saying you're choosing to starve. And that it serves your highest good to starve, right? So when you find yourself in that space, just push through. Push through. Turn it over. I don't care if you got to lay down for the whole weekend, breathing and meditating and praying and having conversations with Spirit. Turn it over and let it take its course. Trust me, when you do, what's on the other side is so much better, right? than what you're faced with right now, right? What feels comfortable, what you're used to. So whenever you get that guidance and you feel that anxiety, that fear, just know it's temporary. But if you give in and you remix it or you just don't do it at all, what you're doing is creating more of that on an even larger scale. So let's see. Timba said exhausted. Um, I know, TK. I thought I was the only one because I was like, oh, like, yeah, I like the way it looked too. I was like, oh, maybe I'm tripping because I know I be tripping sometimes, you know. Y'all know I be tripping sometimes. Let's see. Tempest said, didn't they? Oh, the cards? Okay. See, y'all, I thought it was just me. Anisha said, cancel, clear, trying. Yes, Anisha. Oh, and you guys also, Anisha's on the Ashford Scott Life Sculpting team too. And she does amazing exercises to help you breathe through anxiety, as we're talking about anxiety. And she does tea chats that are absolutely amazing. She did one at the last retreat and everybody loved it. So, again, their links are in the description and on the bio of all of my platforms. It's the link tree, but you can find them there too by name. So, um, hi, welcome. Let's see. Let me see. Uh, Shivtej, Shivtej the Warrior. Is that how you say it? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so let's get into these cards. Now, all of these came in reverse, okay? And Spirit is telling me to go with that. And then we're going to understand why we're going with that, okay? So I'm with y'all right now. I have no idea why Spirit said go with it, but we're going to go with it. So we have the moon, the opportunity to improve your plans, listen to your intuition for accurate guidance, face your fears and grow stronger. So that's pretty much kind of what we were just talking about, you know? We were just talking about that. Face it head on, push through so that your fears, your anxieties, what no longer serves you doesn't grow, but so that you can actually grow. And there was something that stood out when it said the opportunity to improve your plans. Okay, so it's coming in a couple of ways. The first way is, well, release planning. Like just release it, turn it over and shift from planning to being guided, right? Shift from planning to being guided. But if you already have a plan in place, when you pause and you say, okay, Spirit, this is the plan I created. Does it serve my highest good? Are there areas that it serves my highest good to shift? Are there areas it serves my highest good to change, to leave off, to whatever the line of questioning? But just always remember to check in with spirit. You'd be surprised how often the mind will take over, even when we've made a decision to be spirit led. I see it all the time, right? Because it's about getting in the habit of being spirit led. It's about getting in the habit of turning it over. It's about getting in the habit of relying 100% on spirit. So, one of the ways that you can start getting in the habit of doing that is through little things, right? Like, what are you going to wear today? Instead of you picking it out, ask spirit, what does it serve my highest good to wear? Now, that might seem really small and minute, but here's the thing what you wear that day, it could elevate your frequency, right? Or help with a chakra based on the color. If you're someone that's looking for a new investor, aka job, or looking for a partner, right? What you wear that day may be what attracts that investor or that partner. You just never know. So it may seem small, but start there, right? Because something like that, there's really not much like, okay, what I wear today is really not that vital. So I can start there because as spirit guides me on what to wear and it makes life easier, it elevates life even in the smallest ways. Now I'm starting to trust, right? And also I'm receiving however you receive. So I'm starting to trust that I can receive because there's no thought that has to go into that. If you pick the wrong shirt, it's not gonna make a difference. You know, a lot of times when we're being guided when it relates to money matters, right? It's like scary for some because if I do this, I might not have money for a meal, right? So starting small can help you build up to that trust. So when you get to those things where you might be holding on a bit tighter, you've now established that spirit does guide me and I can receive. And so I'm going to trust, I'm going to step out on faith a little bit more or a little bit deeper than I would have before, right? Also, cleaning your home. If you clean your home, well, where you would normally start, don't start there. Before you start, ask spirit, where does it serve my highest good to start? And just get in the habit of having those conversations where you're asking the question and you're doing what you're guided to do, right? So let's see. So um Chevettes, we are going to do the readings at the end of Empower Hour, and they're $25 per question, or you can get a general. So if you like to have a personal reading during the live, you'd send your $25 through Cash App. And so far, Deaja's first because she sent hers this morning, y'all. So if you like that, can someone put the Cash App link in the comments, please? Thank you so much. So yeah, so let's see what the next card says. Okay, so we have four of Raphael. Seek out other possibilities, look for the magic in life, be aware of your own emotions. So did y'all see the video that I did the other day where I was talking yesterday? Listen, I've been so busy, y'all. Today's just feel like it was literally yesterday, and it feels like it was like days ago. But I had recorded a video where I was sharing about the child that was crying in the salon, right? And it wasn't annoying. I'm a mom. Mine are grown now, but I'm a mom, and other people's babies cries. Actually, I don't like it's. I've had babies cry where I'm like, oh, it's so cute. But anyways, it was a she wasn't a baby. She was bigger than a toddler, but couldn't have been no bigger than kindergarten. But I was just sitting there thinking, like, dang, children are super committed. Like, she's still in there crying. By now, I would have been stopped. I would have been stopped. I'm not getting my way. So why? But no, she was still crying. And so I'm sitting there, like, having this conversation in my head, amazed at the dedication to the crying. And that's when Spirit pointed out, okay, when we don't cry, right? We teach our children, don't cry, be quiet, suck it up, stop whining. Well, whining is a different story, but crying, so the whole release. Anyways, what they're doing is they're releasing. And so we're programmed to no longer cry because A, it's either annoying to the person that is hearing it, or B, it's weak, or whatever we've been programmed to believe. But that's why children are so carefree, because when something's not right, they release it immediately. And we tend to hold on to it. The perfect time to cry and release is when you feel it. You don't even have to wait until you go home to do it. Normalize feeling your emotions right then and there. And let me just say this, anger, that's not a real emotion. Despite what you may think, that's not a real emotion. Anger is the thing that covers up your true emotion, which is usually sadness. It's usually disappointment. It's usually sorrow. But it's so much easier to feel anger, and anger translates as being tough and strong. Well, ask yourself, why is that? Right? Why have we been programmed to think being angry is better than being sad? Yelling at someone is better than crying in front of someone. Because if we were to cry and release those emotions, we're keeping our frequency elevated, as opposed to being angry, we're lowering it, right? So the emotion, be aware of your emotions. And it's not just about feeling your emotions, but it's also about getting in touch with, where are these emotions coming from, right? What's creating this emotion in me? And you may say, well, duh, it's what that person said, or what the out, right? But it goes even deeper. Why is what that person said making you sad? You'd be surprised how many times I've had someone say, this person said this and it offended me. And I'm like, well, tapping into the energy of that person. Their intention wasn't to offend you, but the bigger question is, why did you get offended? What did they trigger inside of you? Because remember, everyone is our mirror. Everyone is our teacher. Everyone is that flashlight that says, hey, here's an unhealed place. So let me show you where that is by triggering you, so you can focus on that and heal that. But instead, we get angry, right? We get angry, but we feel away. And then we never focus on what the root is. So that's what I challenge you to do. I invite you to do that. Like, just start feeling those emotions and getting in touch with what the root is, right? Let's see. Um, Timba said, walking in that good faith, reminding myself fear and anxiety can't share the same place as faith and blessings. Not at all. Not at all. It just can't. It can't. And when you think in terms of when spirit's guiding you, sometimes just ask yourself, what's the worst thing that could happen? What's the worst thing that can happen? And think about those times where spirit guided you before and you listened. Every time you listened, the outcome was something that elevated you and was for your benefit. Even sometimes if it was painful. If spirit guided you and you've made it through, you can look back on those things and you have a testimony. And before that testimony becomes a testimony for anybody else, it's first a testimony for you. My faith in spirit was built because each time I was guided, I took that step. And every time I took that step, it grew stronger and stronger and stronger. And now it's just automatic. There is no other option. There is no other way to be or exist. I know what life was like before when I was doing it my way versus when I'm doing it 100% how spirit guides me, right? So allow yourself, gift yourself, bless yourself with that opportunity to know just how tough spirit has your back, right? Let's see. Thank you so much, Anitra. Thank you. Tempest said, honoring myself, validating my emotions and thoughts. Yes, 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 yes. And even if no one understands why we feel the way we feel, it is okay. It is okay. Right? It is okay. And there's something I'm being guided to share with you guys as we're talking about like healing and triggers and it's coming up like our inner child. So here's the thing. A couple of weeks ago, because I was planning to do a whole long video, and I still may do a separate video on this. But anyways, a couple of weeks ago, my partner had sent me something and I answered it and then he went silent, right? And then I was just like, is he disappointed? Is he upset? Is he? And I instantly was like, child, that is not you. And I realized it was my inner child and it had nothing to do with him. It had to do with my relationship from my dad. My inner child was popping up in this space, right? And so, you know what I did? I sat there and I just let the emotions come up, right? My inner child was like, why didn't he love me? Why? And I just flowed with it because that's what my inner child required, right? My inner child was like, okay, I know we done did all this healing, but today I'm feeling a little like, why? I'm feeling a little like, let's release some more. And I did. And afterwards, I felt real good. And I was like, whoo, I'm so glad for self awareness because I know the woman I am today. And the woman that I am today, even if he was disappointed or upset, if this is what it is, right? And it was something really small. It wasn't even like anything about our personal stuff. It was just like a question that he asked that had to do with business. And you know what I mean? And so it was ridiculous. But guess what? I didn't judge it. I just went with it. I went with it. So those are areas of opportunity when you will know like there's something in me that is up at the surface and it's time to be released. Little things like that where someone can say something or not say something in my case and then like after I had a good old cry then he responds and literally I mean he falls asleep like that like my grandfather used to do because he worked so much and yeah, he was just asleep. But regardless, my inner child was, let me out, let this emotion out, right? So, yeah, so little things like that can trigger us, and just go with it. Just go with it. Even a couple of days ago, my grandmother transitioned. I don't recall if it's 12 or 13 years ago. But you guys know, like I communicate with my grandmother all the time. She shows me she's here all the time. She talks to me all the time. So I'm still closely connected to her. But there was a part of me where just like my physical vessel missed her so much. And when I tell you, I was sitting here ugly crying, telling her how much I missed her and how much I loved her and or not loved, but love her and how much grateful I am and just, like ugly cry, just sitting here letting it all out. Because sometimes this human vessel has emotions that come up, right? So allow yourself that, because as light workers, as enlightened beings, and however we identify, right? Sometimes there is this stigma that once you heal and once you elevate, and nobody is putting this stigma on you but you, right? Well, now I can't do certain things because I understand that death is just a transitioning of souls and they're not here, but they're here. Okay, yeah, we know that. We know that, but sometimes this physical vessel still be like, I hear you, but I'm human and I'm still feeling away. So, right? Let it happen. Feel, right? Remember, I've been saying for years, you got to feel it to heal it, right? So let's see what y'all are saying. TK said, facts, my way didn't work. Listen, listen, and I'm not even going to take away from how far we brought ourselves. But when the soul agreed to awaken and the soul agreed to do what we came here to do, that's as far as we're meant to take ourselves alone. Because guiding ourselves served a purpose, because we have all kind of experiences, right, that we're healing or have healed or maintaining the healing for, right? So when we're serving, we have all these experiences so that we're not just, remember I said before, it's not enough to just be able to serve based on what spirit tells us or how spirit guides us to serve. What our experience provides us is empathy, right? Because spirit can guide me on how to guide you, whether or not I've experienced it or not, or whether or not I've experienced a day of pain in my life. But what I would lack is empathy. And in this human form, empathy connects us in a way that had I not known, because I had not experienced, right? The soul doesn't care about none of that, right? The soul don't care about none of that. The soul is just like, we got this mission, let's do it. But the human self is like, slow down, Tito. Slow down. Where's the empathy? Let me feel that, because I'm a baby in this, and human body is like, give me some of that empathy. So it served its purpose. But if you're here right now, today, your time of guiding yourself is done. Spirit said, good job, take a bow. Now let me take over so I could take you where your soul agreed to be and where you're choosing to be, right? So let's see. Tempest said, yes, saying I am blessed and have always been kept. Fear and anxiety cancels it out. Moving in, keeping that forward and present. Yes, yes, yes. TK said, going out for my birthday, I felt some inner child stuff come up at random moments. Listen, it just be random, don't it? Y'all, if you didn't already wish TK a happy birthday, her birthday was Friday. Wish her a happy birthday, please, and show her some birthday love. Brittany said, you're speaking so much truth. I've been experiencing everything you're touching on. Well, I'm so glad that you're here. I'm glad that you're here and so glad that it's resonating. Sharon said, pass the damn offering plate. Hey, Daryl, welcome, welcome. Tempest said, happy birthday, boo. So, okay, let's see what else we got here. Look, I'm still holding them upside down. So we also have epiphany. Joy through spiritual growth, be a light to others, answers that come through meditation. Okay, so y'all know, from the moment y'all have ever met me, I've been telling you, meditate every day. Every day. If people ask me what's the first step, sometimes people will have a consultation and they're not ready to take that leap forward to actually work together. I'm like, you know what? We'll start with meditating every day. And I've said this to you before, and I'm going to say it again. Just because you start meditating, and no matter what kind of church trauma you got or religious trauma you got, don't give up on prayer. Because just because somebody lied to you and told you the path to enlightenment or the path to God was this way, and now you're like, wait a minute, my soul always knew that wasn't true, and so everything's a lie. No, no, no. Prayer's good. Meditation, God talks to you. Prayer, you talk to God. It's like sister can't fly with just one wing, right? They go hand in hand. So it's time for you to not allow your past traumas as it relates to faith stop you, right, from growing deeply in your faith. Because again, another trickery. It's all kinds of trickeries, all kind of traps that's been set to keep you from your highest version of you, to keep you from connecting to God, right? Okay, let's go ahead and they so always know something not gonna feel right, right? Whether they stick to it because of fear, or they stick to it because of tradition, or they stick to it because they're afraid that they're gonna be beat or killed, because it's all, we're carrying it all, right? There's all these plots. Take your power back, right? Take your power back. What feels like truth to you, right? You know what truth is. Even when you don't acknowledge the fact that we're all born psychic, right? We all have a direct connection to source, doesn't negate the fact that you are. So feel what feels right to you, right? What feels right to you? You don't got to get on your knees praying, begging, pleading, you know, open yourself to receive. If it's better to close your eyes, do that, but you don't have to, right? You don't have to, but open yourself to receive, you know? Thank you so much for, right? Thank you so much for whatever it is, mind, body, soul, spirit, physical, financial, whatever it is. Thank you so much for. I'm so happy and grateful that, right? Whether you're experiencing it in this universe or it's out there somewhere in a parallel universe and you're telling God, I'm ready. So here, I'm thanking you in advance because I know it's already mine. Now guide me and tell me what I must do in order to create that opening, that pathway so it can come to me in this existence. Right. And I know that everything serves my highest good. So I don't expect the road to always be peaches, cream, unicorn farts, and rainbows and cotton candy. Sometimes it may be a little blood, sweat, and tears. But if you're guiding me, that's okay. I have faith and I trust, and I'm forever grateful regardless, right? So, yeah. Okay, so listen, here's the other thing too. How is your frequency right now? Like some of you may have heard me say this. If you're in the mentorship, I know you've heard me say this. If not, I really don't recall if I've said it. I probably have on here, but give yourself 24 hours. When something happens and you're not feeling happy and joyous and like your bright self, give your human vessel 24 hours to be in whatever funk you're in. And then after that, get out of it and do everything that's required to elevate that frequency. Choose joy, choose happiness, choose peace, right? Choose courage, choose security, choose forgiveness, compassion, self love, and acceptance. Choose to release judgment, right? Because the human vessel does feel when things happen, or feel away, and that's fine. But don't sit there and let it marinate to where it just pulls you down and it becomes an anchor and a weight and just one more thing that you're being called to go deep, deep, deep to heal. Heal it in the moment. Heal it in the moment. And if you're not calling back the fragmented pieces of your soul regularly, now is the time to start doing that, because you may think like, oh, the fragmented pieces of my soul, those pieces got left when I had all these traumatic childhood traumas, or when I was in that abusive relationship, or when I got cheated on, or whatever, right? No, those things happen if you stump your toe. You left a piece of your soul. So calling the fragmented pieces of your soul home regularly is good. It's a really great practice. Even if it's once every 3 months, once every 4 months, once every 5, 6, or 12 months, right? But making it a regular practice. And I say that because let spirit guide you on how frequently you're being called to do it. It's different for everyone. But call them home. And when you do, make sure you call them home cleansed, right? Cleansed by highest light and love, so that as you bring them back, those fragmented pieces are already cleansed and you don't bring them back still carrying the trauma. And then you got to go through this whole process of cleansing, right? Cleanse them as they come back. This will help you feel more whole and complete, Okay, let's see what y'all are saying. TK said, thanks, y'all. Alatha is driving and listening. She said, hot for her. Hey, Alatha. Are you with Alatha, TK? Or did you just see her post that? Okay, so let's get to this card. Now, this is the only card, this color, and this one represents self-love. Instantly, when I saw the pink, spirit was like, it's self-love. So let's see. It says, Page of Ariel, reliable, clever, educated, balance. It says an excellent opportunity will be offered to you, scholarships or the pursuit of education, time to get to work. Okay, so for some of you, yes, this may be the case. This came in reverse. So let me remind you again, for those of you that are waiting to answer your calling because you think, let me get this education so I could be equipped to do it. Spirit's like, I am your education. Trust me. Call on me. I told y'all 50 million times. There's times when I'm serving and spirit will tell me stuff. I don't know consciously. I have no conscious knowledge of that. I have no, but I'm gonna tell it to you because the spirit said I know it's something, and then later I find out what it's for, and I'm just like, oh, that's pretty cool, right? We don't have to have a formal education or an education in the area of serving. Where our education, where our wisdom comes from is healing. And I'm not against school. That's not what I'm saying. Like, y'all know I went to school, but I've told you a lot of times that what my schooling did was the start of my healing. That was the start of my healing. But as far as when I serve, how much am I using from school? Is it even 1%? I mean, maybe when I'm doing hypnosis, you know, but everything else is strictly from spirit, right? So when you heal, unless spirit is saying go to school for that, and we're talking about answering your calling, right? Then you don't have to. But here's where that trust comes in. It's about trusting that spirit is going to show up and spirit's not going to steer you wrong. Listen, I would say probably 3 retreats ago was the first time that I wasn't in my nerves, right? Because y'all know I don't plan anything. It's all spirit led. Everything is spirit led. So I don't have an itinerary. If you one of those, it's not going to happen here, right? Because spirit is showing you how to exist and flow, and spirit does that through me. So when we work together, it's not cookie cutter. It's not like ABCD. Why? Because every soul is different. So I do you an injustice to create a program that's the same for everybody. And as far as what's on the agenda, I don't know until spirit guides me. But I guarantee, and there's some people in this chat that's done been to the retreats every single time. Spirit shows up and shows out. Now let's talk about that in my nerves, right? Now, first, it's all ego, right? But this is how ego showed up before. Okay, people are investing and they're gonna expect to know, and that's ego. But guess what I did? I did it the way Spirit said anyway. I didn't go and create a tentative, itinerary. It's like, no, okay, but okay, Spirit's got me. Spirit's gonna do this. Spirit don't never fail. Spirit always shows up, right? And spirit always does. So that was like the process of working through it. Okay, then we fast forward past that, and the nerves, right? I at this point I can't even think of the nerves at that next level, but there was nerves. There was always that, right? And it was kind of the same, like, okay, what are we gonna do? Like, I don't know what we're gonna do. Now I'm in ego because I'm like, I don't even know what we're gonna do. What are we gonna do? I got this whole retreat that I'm hosting, and I have no idea what we're doing. you know, and then spirit shows up, and it's amazing every time. So about 3 retreats ago, that was the first time that I entered the space 100% confident and sure, at ease, as if it was all planned out and I knew everything from top to bottom, A to Z, what we were doing. Because now I've processed through, right, that aspect of knowing that I move out of the way, I become the vessel, and I let spirit work through me. And spirit reads the room very well. So everybody that's there is going to get exactly what they soul requires, right? So when we think in terms of how we show up to answer our calling, how we show up to serve, how we show up as our best, brightest, highest, elevated, most abundant self, is just releasing the human hangups and turning it over. Turning it over. Turning it over. I'm so grateful that I chose and that I choose every day to turn it over. Every day. It's not that hard, really, when you think about it. If you really go beneath the 3D surface, underneath it, there's a version of you that's just so ready to just turn it over and just have total and complete faith. And let me tell you, not everything in the Bible is false, right? But there's like, it's sprinkled in here and there with some stuff that ain't real true, and the way it's told or taught is not real true. And let me tell you, I'm gonna share something with y'all. So some of you guys know that I've shared with you how part of my gift has now elevated to working with people that have entities in their energy field, attachments, and some of them identify as evil. Some of them have, one has identified as Lucifer, one identified as a demon, right? And so Sage It works, y'all. I mean, we done heard it, we done read it, we done, but I done seen how sage works and how they can't stand it, right? Also, this last time, because my mom is also a divine source energy healer, she came as like that reinforcement and she was reading from the Bible and she was praying. And when I tell you, they don't like that. They don't like the words in the Bible either. So here's the thing, don't completely throw it all away. But now that you have the ability, whether you're confident in that or you're still building that or you're just entering into that, read the Bible with different eyes now and let spirit explain to you what it means, not what man taught you it means, right? Spirit's so amazing. Spirit would tell me verses and I'd yell it out to her. And I don't know the Bible like that no more. I really don't. And I never knew it by verse, right? That I never knew it that way, but it was right on point and so relevant to what was going on. And when I tell you that them entities did not like that, they did not like that. So that lets us know that there is some power in the word. And I'm not religious at all, y'all. This is not where this is headed, right? This is not where this is headed. But what I'm saying is don't throw it all away. What they say, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. That saying is real crazy to me, but that just explore and let spirit guide you and see what truths you receive, right? See what truths you receive. I feel like I was starting off to give you a different message, and that's just where it went. So that's just where we're going. Let's see what you all are saying. Anitra says self-love is my August focus. Yes, y'all. Self-love. Self-love is so important, so key. And here's the thing. We think in terms of all the ways that we've attempted to shift the world, right? And literally it came in recently. Well, it came in for me before, but recently I shared it with someone, with a group, and just that, we've kind of been going about it all wrong, if there is a such thing, right? We've been going about it in a way that doesn't get results because what we can do to shift the world is to heal. It's to heal. Because when we heal, right, and we totally and completely love and accept ourselves, there is no person, place, thing, or situation that is going to make us step off of that platform of love. No matter what, we're going to be in that space. And no matter how they show up, we're still showing up with love and compassion. Now, we understand there's a duality to everything. And Spirit done says sometimes that other side of us has a purpose. And if I got to karate chop you in the name of Spirit, I will, but I'll keep my peace and it's all good, right? That's not what I choose, but if that's how you require me to show, then hey, let me give you what you asked for, right? But here's the thing: when we heal us, right, we show up in that place of love, we show up in that place of compassion, and it's contagious, just like hate. So the focus is self-love. The focus is healing. And then when we heal ourselves and we're existing in this frequency, we can't keep it to ourselves, whether we show up as coaches or healers. And I do air quotes, y'all, because we are just divine beings having a human experience, right? That's all. But we show up and we either have conversations or but we can't keep it to ourselves and it spreads like wildfire. So let your focus be your healing, your self love, your self acceptance. Stop judging you, because when you stop judging you, you stop judging others, right? And that's how we create world change. We've been taking a whole lot of action over the years, but we haven't been healing. And some of that trauma that we're required to heal is from the injustices in the world. It's not just childhood traumas, right? So it starts with us, our healing, right? It starts with us. So let's see what y'all are saying. I need you to say, yes, sage works. It does. It does, y'all. I'm telling you, it does. Hey, Deasia. Anita said that was a great lesson for me. Don't throw it all out. Exactly. Don't throw it all out. There's power there. Okay, so listen. When you can't completely erase something, what do? You mix lies in with the truth, and then people are dazed and confused and they don't know what's what. You pollute, right? You pollute what was once sacred, right? And the pollution kind of rubs those that are like something, 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 something just ain't right the wrong way. And now it's like, okay, how do I decipher fact from fiction? Well, Spirit, you be led, right? You be led. Okay, so we have a few more cards. Five of Michael, this situation doesn't serve you. Release your attachment to the outcome. Consider taking a more uplifting approach. Okay, so why is it in reverse? Okay, some of you have been looking for ways to elevate that are soothing to your mind. It's soothing to your conscious self. It's soothing to your 3D reality, your 3D you, right? And what spirit is telling you is it's time to get out of your head, go into your heart, and let your heart be the pathway that leads you to your soul, right? If you're here, and I'm not saying there's not a place, like everyone who's doing their thing, there's a place for it, right? We do this in cycles, you know? I started off, I was really, really thriving to be a good Christian. It never really sat right with me, but I always felt like I just choose to have a closer relationship with God, you know? And it just never felt right. It was something off about the way I was going about it. So then I left religion. Christianity first, not totally religion yet. And then I went to the Nation of Islam. I was a Muslim for several years of my life. I gathered some really great tools, really great attributes that I carry with me to this day. I didn't agree with everything. It just didn't all sit right with my soul, right? It didn't. But I learned a lot. And then one day, it's like, I just don't believe in organized religion. That's what doesn't sit right. There's value in everything. I can find value in each thing, right? But I don't require the confinement of organized religion. It's just not necessary, right? But I say all that to say there's levels, right? Someone may be showing up as a certain way. They may be coaching a certain way. It may not be spirit led. It may be from textbook. It may be from personal experience. It may be whatever it is. And there are valuable steps, right? But if you're here, right, you've either leaped over those steps or you've already taken those steps. And Spirit's like, you're not being held back. It's time to elevate. Now it's time to go to that highest level and get in tune with your soul, your most authentic self, and shine your light in a way that's most connected to source. Why? Because now it's time for you to receive, right? That information directly so that you can start doing your part to shift the collective consciousness into the light at this level. At this point, those other things, they don't exist for you. They exist for those that it's meant to be their step in that moment. When I was striving to be a good Christian, oh, this was way too advanced for me. When I was in the Nation of Islam, this was way too advanced for me. But when my soul said, the time that I will awaken is, right? It was up to me to choose it. And I did. So now you're being faced with that same choice. It's time for you to choose it, right? Don't let stepping so far out of your comfort zone keep you in a I'm comfortable in my discomfort position. Because it's not just about you, really. It is, but it's not. You have agreed to be a part of the shift. And if you're hearing this right now, whether it's on the live or the replay, right? Right now, you're a part of that. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? People often like to talk about the chosen ones, right? We don't listen, we're not sitting there, spirit not up there, God not like duck, duck, goose, you in. No, we are like, I'm ready, put me in. I'm ready. I'm ready to incarnate. I'm ready to do this, and this. Put me in. I'm ready. We choose it. It's time. It's time. And there's so much joy, so much peace, so much abundance in all areas when we just say, okay, you know what? I surrender. I surrender. I'm not just a regular old human like I be pretending to be. Let me go ahead and do what I came here to do. Stop pretending to be a regular old human. You're not. You are here to open the eyes of those that are asleep. You're somebody's alarm clock. And if you don't start ringing, guess what they're going to do? They're going to oversleep. And there's somebody's alarm clock. And if they oversleep, then the people that's meant to connect to them still sleeping. So we do have a bit of a responsibility only because we agreed to this. So get out of fear, get out of anxiety, get out of worry, get out of doubt, get out of procrastination. And for some, it's just plain old laziness. Get out of laziness and step up. Step up. Let your soul be the guide until you can allow spirit to guide you 100%. Your soul is there with spirit, and your soul's like, all right, I got this. I got this. I'm nudging. I'm doing it. But it's time. Take that leap, y'all. Take that leap. Okay, we got two more cards. Got another love card. Oh, wait, no, this is the same one. This is the same one. Put it there. So we have Page of Michael, truthful, perspective, analytical, blunt. That's so funny, y'all. So funny. Considering what we just talked about. An exciting new challenge. You have what it takes to succeed. Review contracts or documents very thoroughly. Okay, let me just throw the mic down. Listen. And I threw it down and landed on the couch. It went from here and landed on the couch right here. But listen, you created the soul contract. Your soul agreed to this. I'm just the messenger reminding you. And I'm just setting the intention that whatever this message that's coming in for me to give to you, whatever part of your internal being that is meant to trigger so that you are like, okay, I got that fire in my butt, then I'm setting the intention that it's going to trigger that. It's time. I am not special, okay? I am, but no more special than you. I'm just somebody that said yes. I'm just somebody who didn't give up. I'm just somebody who said, you know what? I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I always knew my life was destined for more. I did not know it was this. To this day, I still tell my mom. Like after the work we just did these past 6 days, I'm like, who would have thunk it, huh? When you had birth to me, gave birth, did you ever think this would be the life? I know I sure as hell didn't think I'd be doing this, you know? Like, what? But my soul said yes. And last time I was like, Spirit, why you didn't tell me this was a part of it? Spirit said, because you would have overthought it. And you said, use me as a vessel of high love. So that's what I'm doing. I was like, yeah, I did. Okay, use me. You know, listen, you got this. You got this. You got this. This is your time. This is your time. And I tell you all the time, whether it's working with me or somebody else, this is when you and spirit, but whoever it is, it's time. Get started. Take that leap. Have that faith. Do it. Do it. Do it. And don't let finances stop you, right? Because I have custom plans. So we're going to figure something out where it fits into your budget. If you're not yet like, listen, sis, I just really physically don't have that. Okay. But this is what I do have. What can we do? Right? Schedule your consultation. Okay. I'm gonna pull one more card and then we're gonna get to the reading part. Spirit said is that the one? Is that look, and it's the pink one. Self-love. Okay. Because we talking about taking that leap, moving forward, you know? Let's see. Brittany said, I love this conversation right now. I'm so grateful, you guys. Sharon said, Spirit is in his bag and on my toes tonight. Listen, I'm so glad because earlier I told my sister, I said, we were talking about something that she's experiencing. And I was just like, I'm being guided to tell you to join us for Empower Hour. As you know, I don't know what's coming through, but what I'm receiving is going to be something that's going to be relevant to what you're going through right now. And so, you know, because I don't be knowing what we're going to talk about, y'all. I just be sitting here waiting, just like you. So I'm grateful. Brittany said, don't throw it all out, sage, cards, etc. This is powerful for me right now. But on the opposite spectrum, because I love the Bible and I see the loving spirit. Yes. And you know, it's like one of those things, and I've said this a lot in the past, how we've been taught to fear certain things. Like, you know, if you're religious or Christian specifically, magic, we're taught magic is bad. But listen, the whole blood of Christ and body of Christ, I mean, that's a whole ritual right there. I mean, that's a whole dang on ritual. Okay, burning of incense and frankincense and myrrh, and there's crystals mentioned in the Bible, and there's, you know, all kinds of stuff. But here's the thing, we have been taught to teach that certain things are wrong so that we fear it, right? And we just won't do it. Where that other side, they doing it all, and they taking, you know, all the power because we done gave ours away. Because there's a dual side to everything. So the tools, like cards, are just a tool. Like the Bible is just a tool. God is in here. God is in here. And these tools, a Satanist could use these same tools for that side, right? And we can use these same tools for this side. The tools are neutral until we cleanse them and set an intention for them. I have pop-ups popping up, so I'm closing it all so that I can see your comments. But yeah, they're just tools. Don't get caught up in the lies that take your power away. They're just tools. Now, manipulative magic, that's why I don't believe in love spells. You couldn't pay me $1 million+ to do a love spell that's going to make someone fall in love with you. No, 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 no. Everyone has free will. Now, what I can do is assist you with some magical stuff that can help remove the blocks within you that's preventing you from attracting love. Now, I'll do that all day long, and you don't have to pay me $1 million to do that, right? So it's just about, respect. And here's something else that came up too, that I'm being guided to share with you guys over the course of the past 6 days when we were working together, is how when a person doesn't choose a side, they can be used for either side at any given point, right? And someone that includes you, if you haven't fully said, I am choosing the light, I am a child of God, of highest light and love, I am choosing to serve in the light, right? Then you are just a vessel that at any given point can be used for either side, right? That's just the reality. So, what are you choosing? Make a choice. And that's simple. That doesn't involve no healing. That doesn't involve no serving. That's just a choice. Claim what you're choosing. Only highest light and love is welcome here. You know, every day, cleanse your energy field, protect your energy field, and claim what you're choosing. Highest light and love. Only highest light and love is welcome here, right? Now, the next step is being guided by highest light and love. Now, that may require some healing, right? Just to build that trust bank, that faith bank. But that's your business. I'm going to tell you what this card says. It says, Eight of Ariel, take great pride in your excellent work. Practice makes perfect. Consider getting additional education or training. Now, you see that angel standing over his shoulder, right? You see that angel showing him that book? So, I'm going to let y'all tell me, what does that mean in the context of what we're talking about? That it's time to get additional education and training. Because I done said it a bunch of times, so I'm going to let y'all tell me what you feel that means for those of you who it's time. And let me just say this. It may not be time for all of you. Here's the thing. When you make that decision, it is best that you allow spirit to say yes to you. Don't do it because it sounds good. Don't even do it because it feels good. Let spirit say yes to you. Because the one thing that I hate to see is someone that makes that investment and then they don't do the work. I hate to see it. I hate to see it. It's only happened a few times and I'm constantly like, take advantage of your investment. And actually, I take that back. It happens more often than not. I'm thinking in terms of like when we're in session, but I'm going to call out my soul fam because sometimes I do be guided by spirit to post things in our soul family, asking questions, suggesting going live, suggesting, and it's a handful that does it. Some of them don't. Right. But it's all connected, right? It's all connected. So my thing is when spirit guides you and says yes to you, when you ask, does it serve my highest good to start this journey with her? Well, when you get that yes from spirit, then guess what? You're going to do it. You're going to put in the effort. I'm claiming that for you because sometimes people still don't. But please, let me claim it for you. Claim it with me. You're going to do it. You're going to put in the effort. You're going to do the work so you can reap the benefits. Yes. That I'm choosing to allow spirit to guide me, right? And I'm choosing to be more dedicated to that guidance than any of my human hangups, So like, for instance, y'all, I've been doing keto. Spirit gave me a whole plan. Because y'all know I be getting fluffy. I be like in and out with fluffy because I love to eat. Food is a hobby. I do good food. Not just any food, but good food. It's like a whole experience. I love a party in my mouth. So sometimes I'll look up and I'll be like, dang, girl, you kind of fluffy. So recently I was kind of fluffy. And I just was like, all right, I'm fluffy. And then Spirit was like, okay, this is what you're gonna do. Now I was in the gym, right? I started already back at the gym, but I was in California and I was at my grandmother's. I was in bed. And Spirit said, so you're gonna do 2 months of keto, then you're gonna do 2 months of plant-based, then you're gonna go into intermittent fasting as your maintenance, and you're only gonna eat meat once a month. Now you guys know I was vegan for 6 years. Spirit didn't guide me to be vegan. When I became vegan because I was like, okay, I'm choosing to be a clear channel. It was at the beginning of my journey, and I'm like, I'm choosing to be as clear as possible, you know. And so 6 years later, Spirit was like, it serves your highest good to eat meat. I had a session with Jillian, the shaman on my team. Her link's in the description too, y'all. And she randomly, I'm getting the message, it serves your highest good to eat meat. I said, I got that too. And then my mom, you know, she was still vegan. And I said, Mom, Spirit said, I said, ask Spirit. And she goes, as much as I don't like it, Spirit said it's good to eat meat. Right. So at first I was like, ew. And we were at the Mexico retreat from 2 years ago. Me and Anitra actually at a restaurant because Deasia and the rest, I'm gonna say Deasia because she was the ringleader because Deasia was trying to find a club. Okay. But anyways, I got some steak and shrimp and I was like, oh, okay, this is kind of good, you know, but it still took me a minute. And then I just went overboard. I was eating meat every day, you know. So Spirit put me on this program. And also Spirit said, whenever I go to the gym, always do at least 15 minutes of cardio because I love weights. Cardio, sometimes, maybe, you know. And I kid you not, this is the first time on the 5th, it'll be 2 months that I've been doing keto. This is the first time that I've ever been able to do this and it be easy and me not be like, oh my gosh, oh, we like to eat this and it be hard. You know why? Because when Spirit guides me, I'm doing it no matter what. Like that's how I've programmed my brain. Now, when I was like, oh, okay, I'm fluffy, let me do this, let me do, child, later that day, I'm like, woo, carbs, sugar, give it to me now, you know? But when Spirit said, it was like, okay, this easy. If Spirit hadn't said just 2 months, I would keep going because I'm on a roll. But Spirit said 2 months, and I get it. Like, it makes sense. Okay. I didn't go to the gym the whole time. Now, when I start with the next phase, I'll be in the gym. And it's like, oh, I see what you're doing. Because usually after keto, if you start eating carbs, you gain it all back. And when I do plant-based, it's not going to be that fake meat and all the processed stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like Spirit put me on this cycle to where it's going to be easy to maintain and continue to release. And I'm just like, why couldn't I think of that? You know? But that's how it is. Spirit will guide every aspect of our life. But the question is, are we listening? And not just are we listening, but are we doing what we're being guided to do? If we just turn it over, every issue in our life can be solved. Every issue in our life can be solved, right? On the 5th, like I said, is when I'm done. And so one day randomly, I was like, I think I saw something. And I said, ooh, a cupcake. And then Spirit was like, you can have a cupcake before you go into the next phase if you choose to, but it's not going to taste good. It's not going to taste. And I was like, well, if it's not going to taste good, I'm not going to eat it. I'm just going to move into the next section, the next phase. Like, forget it. Because, you know, I'm all about the taste. So, yeah. So that's all. And look, y'all, it's 6:08. We're making good time because remember, Spirit's message has been be mindful of the time. Be mindful of the time. So, English, thank you, thank you, thank you. I believe you will be after Deasia, unless someone else had already sent in for their reading. And you guys, even if you're not getting a reading, I recommend you stay. I say this every time because number one, I do pull cards for us as a collective in between the readings, but also every time, at least one or two people resonates with someone else's reading. So yes. So Deasia, you're first, and then English, you're after Deasia. You're after Deasia. So while I'm doing that, let's do some housekeeping real quick. If this resonated with you at all, give the video a thumbs up, please, because we have 12 of you that are on, and there's 8 thumbs up. So if you resonated with it at all, please give the video a thumbs up. And then also, you guys, we have 3 spots left at the October all-inclusive Activating You retreat. And we already have 3 spots taken for the April 2024 retreat. Actually 4. So we have 6 for that one. So if you are interested in joining us for a retreat, now is the time. Secure your spot. Schedule your consultation. Let's get your spot secured. All of those links, it's in the description of every YouTube video, and it's in the um, bio of all of my social platforms. Okay. So yes, yes, yes. Let's see. TK said, "Food is my hobby." I'm gonna put that on the shirt because yes, it is. I'm telling you, it has been. Now, when I was little, I was so skinny you could see my knees from the back. That is not an exaggeration, and my feet looked like they were this long. Now I'm a 7.5. My feet are very small. But I was skinny, 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 long, skinny feet, and yeah, you could see my knees from the back. My grandmother used to call me bird legs. Then I went through puberty, and then she started calling me turkey legs. So and then I was like maintaining a size 6 for a long, long time. Even after I had I seen, I got back down to a size 8. But then I did this pesky little thing called Depo. And let me tell you, I could just smell food and I would gain weight. So I could smell it and I would gain weight. That changed my whole body chemistry. Not even knowing, young and dumb. So yeah. But it's all good as long as I have spirit guiding me. I'll be able to maintain my good health. And I don't weigh like that. Like I don't know what my starting weight was. It's just all about like how do I feel. It's all about how my clothes fit. Like that's a part of my feel good too because I love to dress. A lot of times I may be in something real simple, but I love to be able to put cute things together when I feel like it. And so yeah. hmm I'm able to fit stuff in my closet I haven't been able to fit in a while. So I'm grateful. Thank you, Spirit. Let's see. Anitra said, wait, tell me why at first I thought it said I did dope for 7 years. See these eyes. They every bit of 46. These eyes. She said I did Depo, not dope, for 7 years and haven't been the same since. Yeah, it's crazy. And I only did it once and it changed everything. My mom was like, too bad you couldn't sue. I was like, no, mom, you can't because they warn you that that's a possible side effect. I know people that were thin that did Depo just to gain weight. So yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Um, TK says spirit is the teacher, educator. Yes, 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 yes. Hey, Alata. How are you? Brittany said bomb light bulb, clicked epiphany. Yes, yes, yes. Alata, when you gonna join us for a retreat? That's what I'd like to know. When you joining us? So yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pull one more card. DH said, yep, birth control pills did it for me. I'm telling you that stuff is not designed for it's not designed for health, first of all. You know, let's see. But I mean, after Samaj, my tubes were tied. I tied my tubes, and both. Okay, this is for us. And then Deaja, we'll get into your reading. My tubes are tied, and then I had a hysterectomy. I still have what do I still have? My ovaries though, so I don't go through menopause early, but they took my fallopian tubes, my uterus, because they discovered. I'm so glad I waited too. See, here's the thing: when we set out to do good, Spirit will bless us. As much as my first husband probably didn't, if we gonna judge who deserves what, he probably did not deserve me caring anything about being fair, right? And I was like, I'm gonna wait because I'd rather him not get stuck with this bill because we were in the middle of and if technically I'm not on the insurance, I was just still looking out, right? And by me doing that, I waited. They had just discovered like the cancers start in the fallopian tubes, whereas usually they would leave the fallopian tubes. So they took the fallopian tubes. I went to get the ablation, because you all know I have hemoglobin CC and I was anemic for a very, very long time. So my periods would be really heavy. If there's guys on here, we all grown, but they would be really heavy. It was like I was hemorrhaging. So it really didn't help with that. And when I was working out in the field, one of my customers was telling me about it. She had just had it done. So I made an appointment to do that. And she was like, yeah, no, that's not going to work for you. This is what, we're going to do. And now I've seen that there's so many natural remedies that can help to avoid having a hysterectomy altogether. And at that time I was just like, shoot, I'm not having no more children. I don't even have no tube, they tied. So you mean I don't have to have a period no more? Oh yeah, go ahead, take it. So yeah. hmm That's super random, but y'all know we just be chatting. Girl chat. And guys, if you're here still. Okay, so we have five of Michael. This situation doesn't serve you. Release your attachment to the outcome. Consider taking a more uplifting approach. Epiphany, joy through spiritual growth. Be a light to others. Answer that came through meditation. Okay, so do you see these two cards together? Okay, I'm gonna read it again, and I'd like you to connect them together. Okay, like spirit, and y'all know we got these cards. Y'all saw me shuffle. These cards came up, so let's connect it. This situation doesn't serve you. What situation are you currently in? How are you showing up? It don't serve you. Spirit said one more again. Say it loud for the people in the back. This situation don't serve you. It's time to create a change. It says release your attachment to the outcome. So not only is it important to be spirit led, but we're also called to release attachment to the outcome. That, oh, did I can't spirit, I can't even believe I didn't share that part. Because when we have attachment to the outcome, now we're interfering because we're two in the mix. Just know whatever the outcome, it serves my highest good. Now we could say, okay, spirit, this is what I choose, hook a sister up if it serves my highest good. But I trust you. I know you got me. You see what I can't see. So if it don't, okay, I'm gonna go with you. Whatever. We'll do it your way, That's okay. But release the attachment and let spirit take you. I saw this post today and it was in my memories. I'll probably share it. And it was your plan, and it was like an open card. Your plan. It had a little ugly little paper plastic flower, right? And then it said God's plan. It had all the flowers all over and it's so true. It's so true. And that's the reality. It's like we have this plan, but God's plan is so much greater. And we can't even begin to imagine what all that consists of. We can't begin to imagine, like our brains don't go that far. But are we allowing us to even be taken there? And I'm hearing, I'll take you there. Okay. It says, consider taking a more uplifting approach. What's more uplifting than healing and allowing spirit to guide you? If you know of any, let me know. I'm all ears and eyes. I'm waiting. I'm a wait. Okay. And then the epiphany, joy through spiritual growth. Okay. Well, that's what happens. When you grow spiritually, you get joyful. You get joyful, even though life happens. People be people in. But you know how Beyonce said, you won't break my soul? Well, guess what Nahkila said? You won't steal my joy. No, everybody, we could all be there, And then we got be a light to others. That's the whole point. Be a light to others. And let me just say this. Y'all heard me say this before. This is light work, right? So me having talked to spirit, I'm like, okay, spirit, this is light work, right? Okay, it's work. Now, y'all heard me tell you this before. It's light work, spirit. So here's what I'm choosing for my compensation. And I let spirit know the type of life I'm choosing to have. Every aspect, we done talked about it. Spirit's like, bet that up to the head. I got you. You just do what you agreed to, which is allow me to use you as a vessel of highest light and love. Let me guide you. And here's that releasing the outcome. I don't have in mind how I'm going to have the life that I'm choosing because that's not for me. I'm going to do what I came here to do. I'm going to do what spirit guides me to do. And spirit already know what I'm choosing as my compensation for the work that I do. So spirit's going to make it happen however spirit chooses to make it happen. So what does that allow me to do? When I was in sales, right? You know why I was top in sales? Because I wasn't desperate. Number one, I didn't have to work at that time. I was just working because I was bored. I had been a stay-at-home mom for so long. I was ready to get out there. And I was like, let me just see how far I can go, right? And they sensed that there was no desperation there. So even with how I show up now, oh yeah, I'm choosing to experience this lifetime rich. And there's no shame in that. But do I have to get rich from you? No. That's not, I don't care how it comes. Spirit gonna take care of that. I'm just here to do what I'm here to do. I'm here to serve how I'm here to serve. And spirit's gonna take care of everything else. I could find a bag of money on the side of the road and bam, answer. When I get them Airbnbs, that could be bam, answer. Investment properties, bam. I don't know. Whatever spirit guide me to do, I'm gonna do, and it's gonna happen. Because why? We got an agreement. Right? We got an agreement. A lot of people will tell you when you show up in your calling and you serve, you cannot have wealth. That's a lie. But don't be so attached to how you get it. That's the key. That's the key. That's the key. Don't be attached to how you get it. You just show up how spirit guides you. And this is why it's important to do everything spirit guides you to do, because you never know what prayer spirit is answering. You never know what manifestation spirit is bringing into form. And we picking and choosing. We could be cutting off That one thing we had a conversation with spirit about, and then spirit then guided you and you didn't do it, and you like, well, spirit, it didn't happen. No, that's because you got in the way. Move. Okay, I'm not gonna say the song I heard, but you know that ludicrous song. But yeah, move, get out the way. So yeah, and answers that come through meditation. The more you meditate, the deeper you allow it to go, the deeper your connection to spirit, the clearer spirit's voice becomes. And when I say clearer spirit's voice becomes, you, it may not be auditory for you, right? However it comes, but it becomes more clear. It becomes more clear. So meditate. Okay. That's the message for us today for Wednesday Live and Power Hour. And thank you guys for the thumbs up. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so TK said, or there goes the bag of money again, because listen, oh, one more thing. Speaking of that. So I told you guys I'm in this season where I know great things are happening, miracles and blessings. So I don't look at stuff like, oh no, that's too good to be true. Right? I had somebody reach out to me on my business line and I knew they were full of it, right? But I'm choosing to be in that energy of great things are happening to me. And I even told my mom, I said, it feels like but I'm in a season, so I'm choosing to be there, right? I'm choosing to accept everything that comes. There's no such thing as too good to be true because spirit is blessing me. Even when my psychic self knows that particular situation, that ain't it, sis. But you know how we talk about existing in that frequency, existing in that being so that we can be there. Because y'all, I told you years ago, we don't fake it till we make it. We be it till we see it, right? You're in that same season as me where blessings, miracles, magic, it's yours. So don't be looking at your blessings like, wait, time out. Mm-mm. I didn't even have to work real hard for that. This can't be. It can be and it is. Allow it. Allow it. Just be in that frequency where it's all happening for me. It's all coming into me. Joy, happiness, peace, abundance of all kinds, even financial wealth. It is all mine, right? Just be there. Just be in that space. Okay, that's it. That's it for real. That's it for real until we do our card pulls in between readings. Okay. So, hey, Serby. Okay. Hey, Ruby. Okay. Yeah. If you guys just joined us, I would definitely say watch the replay because we're now at the part where we're moving into the personal readings, but I will be pulling cards in between the readings. So stay. And even if you don't get a reading, stay. Because, you guys know how it goes. It always resonates. So, Deasia, did you have a question or was it a general? Oh, so Alatha, what time works for you? Like summertime? What month works for you? Let me know. What month works for you? Now the all inclusive, I can't guarantee you that's going to be at a different month. I check in with spirit on that one, but as far as the accelerated, those are a little more flexible. So, what month works for you? Sharon said, "Girl, I pulled over to eat my pizza in the parking lot. This message is too good. I am so grateful. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. I missed y'all. Like for real, I missed y'all. Last month, I'm telling you, boy, that dry socket is no joke. I've never had it before. And I'm telling you, when I tell you, so I still had pain pills from my surgery because y'all know I really don't like to take it unless I absolutely have to. And I'll stop as soon as I can. So, but also with my blood disease, sometimes it's very rare, but my body, my joints will just ache. It'll hurt so bad. And one particular time, it was just unbearable. Now it gets bad, but listen, unless it's unbearable, I won't take anything. And one day I took one of them pain pills, and it literally helped me sleep, and the pain subsided. It subsided the pain enough so I could sleep, right? And so I told my doctor, I said, I'd like to have medication. So when I'm in those spaces where I cannot sleep and it's just excruciating, I'm able to have relief and get to sleep. And so, anyways, I'm thinking this mess gonna last me for a year, 2 years, please. That dry socket, all them little pills I had from surgery was gone. And then my doctor actually prescribed me something else. It wasn't what I had from surgery. But anyways, That was almost gone. Just dealing with the dry socket. Had to go back. They had to do everything over again so it could build the blood clot. Now, mind you, from surgery, they had me intravenously taking stuff so I wouldn't get blood clots. So I'm sure that's what happened. And so, anyways, now he chooses to give me something for the pain. But yeah. So that's just a random story. I'll always be telling y'all random stories, but that's why I was in pain, y'all. I could not. I was in pain last month. So I missed you guys. I said all that to say I missed you, and I'm glad we're here today. So let's see. DH said, okay, I've been feeling down lately, feeling heavy emotions. What blessing will come to me soon to help me? DH said, period, Sharon. Okay. I don't like seeing them like that. They were like this. It feels so awkward shuffling like that. What blessings are coming? Okay, so instantly I hear T.I. singing, "You can have whatever you like." Yeah. And Spirit saying it's up to you. But let's give her a little more than that, Spirit, because come on now. We know that. She know that. It's up to her. But specifically, and it feels like it is up to her. We can give her more, but it is literally up to her. How are you showing up for yourself? How are you cleansing, protecting? How are you serving you? How are you following the guidance that you've already received? I can tell you what's coming for you, but it's still up to you. And I'm quoting this, channeling, I guess is the right thing to say, right? So literally, Deja, what are you willing to do to get to where you're choosing to go? How have you been showing up for yourself? Not as good as you can, not as good as it serves your highest good to. You're still putting in half of the work and expecting 100% of the results. We're waiting on you so we can take you there where you've said you're ready to be. Consistency is key. And she even said the solution. Follow that, the guidance, the messages that you've been receiving on your own, from your soul space, from your heart space. You know what must be done. Why are you not doing it fully? They just said, why are you half-assing it? We're not mad, upset, or disappointed. But we'd like you to know there's more you can do that will allow us more space and leeway to intervene for you. We can't do the work for you without your assistance fully. So we're encouraging you to go deeper, heal a little more those places that you're afraid to touch, because there's still some things you haven't opened up about. And you can't heal that if you don't share that with those that are in place to help you heal. There's some things that you've kept secret and you've kept to yourself your entire life. Now it's time to heal it, feel it, get over it, and move on. Because you have a great path ahead of you. And it's the typical answer: the love, the joy, the peace, the friendships, the money, the abundance in all areas, the travel, the parties, even. But if you're not showing up fully for you, neither can we. So she's going to read these cards and tell you what they say. But this is your message. Okay, so now I'm going to read these cards and change your life and tell you what they say. Are all of these hers? Okay. Before they could even say yes, they are, you already know, they in your hand, so yes. Okay. Ace of Ariel. It's your lucky day. New resources of money, time, or support, a change in job or promotion. This is what's coming. Woohoo! You also have Ace of Michael, a wonderful new idea. Don't allow bumps in the road to hinder your progress. Clear up communication problems with others. This is what's coming. You also have Nine of Gabriel. Stay determined and move forward. Be prepared for any possibility. Environmental activism. This is coming. And last but not least, change your life, Archangel Shamuel. And it's the number 16, which is 7. A sudden revelation that offers freedom. Break free of procrastination. Embrace the opportunities that change brings. This is what you're being called to do in order to get all of this and then some. Okay, I'm being super ultra silly right now, but that's your message, Deasia. I'm gonna pull one more card for you just because I feel like that was such a short and quick message, and I just feel, oh, okay, I'm gonna pull from this deck for you. Okay, let's see. Ooh, I feel your heart and your throat chakra. It just feels like anxiety. So please, give it love. Give it love. Okay, what message do you have for Deasia? Soulmates, this is coming. Soulmate, it's coming. This is coming. This is coming. And your soulmates, it's not just talking about love interests. Like, it's also your friendships and your friends that become family, and just really aligning your soul like deeply and truly. It feels like surface level, right? Like, okay, so this is how it's coming in. Like, you've gone deep before, but not all the way deep. Well, all that just came up in your message indicates you ain't gone all the way deep. It's time for you to go all the way deep. But you've gone deep before, deep enough, what was required at that time. Now it's time for you to move beyond where you are because you've been here for quite a while. Now it's time for you to go even deeper so that spirit can meet you where you are. If you're staying here, then this is where it's going to stay. But when you go deep, the deeper you go, the higher up you go. Right. So it's time for you to do soul searching. And as I'm sitting here, what I'm feeling is the solar plexus. The solar plexus feels empty. So there feels like there's a cord connecting the throat and the heart. The heart chakra feels really, really just like full, but not full with the things that serve your highest good. Right. And also it's hindering your voice. You know how you're being called to show up, and also feeding that solar plexus, putting that power back in, putting that faith in you right back in, putting that back in, because it feels really empty right now. It feels empty, but in that emptiness, I feel like this hunger, like this insatiable hunger. But it's not like hunger like I'm ready. It's more like hunger where you're feeding yourself the things that don't serve your highest good, literally and figuratively, attempting to fill what feels like a void, right? When it's not those things that are going to fill you up and elevate you. It's going deeper, and it's putting your power back in its place, which is within you. Okay, I'm being called to split the deck and then look on the bottom. The distorted masculine. So somewhere on your journey, there was, let me show you the picture because the picture is really key. There was a distorted masculine that was bombarded and overwhelmed with life, made some poor decisions that really heavily affected you, and is still affecting you to this day. So you're also being called to heal that. Right. And bring it to the table. We got a session on Friday. Bring it to the table. Let's do it. Okay. Let's do it. Anything else for Deasia? I'm hearing the song, Don't Be Afraid of the Way You Feel. Don't be afraid of the way it feels. Don't be afraid of the way it feels. Hey. Oh, guess what? You guys, I'm going to introduce you to my oldest son. Come say hi, Sim. Oh. He just walked through the door. This is Asim, my oldest.
Hello. What is this?
It's Wednesday 11 Power Hour. Yeah. He and I, his gifts, right? We've been talking about his gifts. I'm like, when you ready to go deeper, look, like you guys, he's like, he's smiling. When you ready to go deeper and develop them, because there's a place on the team for you. Both of my boys. My youngest has been working on his too, and so yeah, I'm just like, I'm here. I'm still waiting. He's been here since February. I'm still waiting for him to be like, let's do it. Let's go deeper. But I was like, one day I was like, are you waiting on me? Because I'm waiting on you. So I'm still waiting. It's up to him. Both of them be accurate. So they both accurate. But they both have problems answering love questions. You know how people ask you a love question, they be like, the outcome They both have issues with that because they feel like those sort of things should be a surprise, right? That's what they say. Well, I believe it's meant to be a surprise. I'm like, well, people gonna come to you with questions like that. It's not it's not for you to judge, maybe for your personal life. But yeah, anyways. So that's your message, Deasia. I got sidetracked, y'all, when he walked through the door. That is our scene. Wait, I just saw what Tim said. Let me see. Oh, TK says stacks on deck, Patron on ice. Deasia said, right, I have been half-assing. Yeah, you ain't got to tell me. Spirit done already told us. But it's okay. That's then. Today, you choosing whole acid, right? A whole ass is better than a half ass. Okay, Serby said, I can really vouch for opening up about secrets. It did lead my healing to places. It really does. I'm telling you. Because there's some things that people just choose not to touch. And sometimes they'll be like, okay, well, I can discuss this and I can go here. And then I'm still going, no, that's not how that works. It's like, put it all on the table. Now I'm hearing Lotto. Rip me out the plastic. I've been acting brand new. Put it on the floor, right? Put it all on the floor. Let's see. They say, yeah, my heart and my throat been feeling it the most there. Yeah. And it feels like anxiety. I thank you, because I'm choosing to disconnect because I'm still feeling it in my throat. I mean, my heart chakra. It feels like full, but like I said, it's not like full with love or joy. It just feels like junk, like, whoa, get this out. Take this out of me now. That's what it feels like. Yeah. So it's time to release that. And even I know you're on your health journey, that feeling of emptiness, like when y'all done seen the pictures, y'all saw the pictures. I was almost 300 pounds. And what it was is like, I was feeding the pain because I wasn't taking pain medication when I was dealing with chronic pain. I was also feeding the sadness. I was feeding the depression. I was feeding just everything. And I was feeding it with food. Right. And by the time I realized one day, I was sitting there and it was Spirit. At this time, me and Spirit wasn't even cool like that. I wasn't in the loop with Spirit. But it was like, you're not hungry, you in pain. At that time, I'm already almost 300 pounds. And this whole, now you tell me, now you're listening, but we sometimes will have these voids and then we're feeding them with things. Some people use drugs, some people use alcohol, some people use food, some people use sex, some people use porn. Like, it's all sorts of things that we use to attempt to fill that void. And the only thing that's going to fill the void is by healing and releasing the things that have traumatized us and then replacing it with God, right? And when I say God, it's things like forgiveness and joy and peace and self-acceptance, all those things. God of highest light and love, just fill me up, fill me up. But there's no room for that, even in that emptiness, until we release the thing that created the trauma. So Tim said, Laura, you sure that was for Deasia? Sorry, I spelled it wrong. Wow. That's what I mean. It be resonating. It don't just be for the person with the reading. So I'm glad you stuck around. Deasia said, yep, I've been eating junk food. Deasia said binging. Tim said, hey. Oh, I see everybody saying hey to you. Oh, thank you. He looks like his father. He doesn't look like me at all. This is when I thought he was the cutest. This here. People be telling me like, oh, he's so cute. Your boys are cute. I'll be like, they're aight. They was real cute when they were little though. It's man, give me the baby face. But no, his dad was very handsome. He's like a thin version of his dad. He hasn't built the muscle, but facial, he's like spitting image. Let's see. Denise said, hey, nephew. Auntie Denise said, hey. He said, hello. Just okay. He got a little cuter. TK said, man, Deasia said he came to my mind the other day. Oh, thank you, Anitra. Deasia said, thank you. You're so welcome. Thank you, Deasia. And we got you. You in good hands with Allstate. Okay. Anitra said, a whole ass. Deasia said, yep, I found a song today about that feeling of emptiness and desiring to get out. I'm going to share it here and in the group. Okay. Brittany said, hey, sister. Are you talking to me or Denise? I think Denise. So English, you're next. 12-12. Okay, Spirit just said look it up now. I was gonna say you may feel led to look it up, and Spirit said look it up now. So 1212, angel number. Let's see what message Spirit is bringing to us in this 1212. Um, in this 1212 number. And you guys, I love Joanne's Sacred Scribes. There are times where when you look up the number, it will have like a meaning that's already showing, and sometimes it'll be like that's the message. Excuse me, but for the most part, I really love Joanne Sacred Scribes. I feel like her messages are, excuse me, aligned with what Spirit is speaking, as opposed to like a numerology type explanation. So, Angel, I'm going to skip the part where it talks about, no, I'm not. Number 1212 is a compilation of energies of number one appearing twice, amplifying its vibrations, and the attributes of number two, also appearing twice, magnifying its influences. Number one instills the attributes of creation and new beginnings, courage, attainment, and inspiration, self leadership, assertiveness, and initiative. Number one relates to creating our own realities with our thoughts, beliefs, and actions, and encourages us to step out of comfort zones in order to attain our goals. Weren't we just talking about this, y'all? Number two represents balance and harmony, duality, faith, devotion, insight, cooperation, adaptability, and diplomacy, partnerships, and relationships. Number two also resonates with faith and trust in serving your divine life purpose and soul mission. I can't make it up. Angel number 1212 is a message from your angels that you are to stay focused on your highest expectations as the angels and universal energies work behind the scenes, helping you to manifest, they say wants and needs, but what you choose and what serves your highest good, goals, and desires. Angel number 1212 is a powerful sign that you are to step out of your comfort zone and take new directions and or begin new projects and ventures that you have been choosing, they said want, but we can't lean, choosing to do for a long time now. Angel number 1212 encourages us to release our fears and apprehensions and get on with pursuing our passions and purpose. Angel number 1212 asks that you stay on a positive path and to use your natural skills, talents, and abilities to their utmost for the benefit of yourself and others. Use positive affirmations and visualizations to enhance energies and draw them towards you. The more you focus on the positives, the quicker they are manifested into your reality. Listen, Spirit said, in case y'all thought she was making it up, let me make it plain. Let me say it one more again. Y'all hear me now? Okay. You said I have not gotten a commercial. Wait, let me see. I think I missed something. Oh, you a lot that you got a commercial during the live. Did it pick up where you left off, or did you miss some? 12 on the live. Yes, ma'am. Now we got 13. Whoever just joined us, go ahead and get a video a thumbs up if you're happy to be here, because I'm so happy to have you. Oh, Denise said, hey to both my sisters. English said, I have not gotten a commercial. Lata said, hi, Asim. Tempest said, Nahkila, have you thought about your own deck? I have. And you know what's so funny? A few years ago, okay, y'all gonna laugh. I actually have the messages in my computer for a deck, but when I went to actually like upload them to the place, like the sizing wasn't right. And the person on Fiverr reworked it and it just wasn't right. So I actually have a deck ready to roll. So yeah, it's just in the computer. So if anybody knows how to create that and would like to work with me on that, listen, I'm all for service for service. You know what I'm saying? So listen, we can make something happen. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Brittany said you miss it. I've been getting commercials as well. Same here on the commercials. Just to cancel them words that shouldn't be there, your energy and spirit. Well, let's cancel these shouldn't. It doesn't serve our highest good to be there because, yeah. Okay. Now, English, I'm moving into your reading. So I'm connecting to Tempest. Tempest, did you have a question or were you doing a general in my deck? Oh, you mean yeah, yeah, definitely. It was created in abundance language for sure. You know what? Those of you that aren't getting commercials, do you have the paid for YouTube? Because I know I pay for YouTube, so I don't ever get like ads and stuff. But I will say those ads, like when the ads play, if you guys watch them, that's one of the ways that content creators get paid by YouTube. So, you know, the content creators that I really love, when I did get ads, I would watch them because I knew that's how they got paid. So just putting that out there, if y'all ever feel like, you know what, let me just go ahead and sit through this ad because it's gonna sprinkle me, man. Thank you. um, okay, so that's probably why you didn't get any. Um, uh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So, English, do you have a general? Would you like a general? Do you have a question? Who just joined us? Who all is still on? Let me know in the comments. Anitra said I do pay. I know YouTube is showing more commercials, so people will pay. So who all is on? And English, I'm waiting to know if you have a question or a general. Hey, TK, still with us, lady in red. I'm gonna pull a card for us as a collective as I hey Brittany, as I um hey Sharon, as I wait. Hey English. Okay, so English. Now you done put fire emojis, but you still ain't told me if you got a general or a question. Deasia said, I just realized something is in something. Is the group session this Friday? Yes, yes, it is. It is. You guys, listen. I've been watching Tubi, and I was choosing to invest in Tubi stock, right? But Fidelity don't even have Tubi stock. I could invest in Fox, which owns Tubi, but y'all, Tubi about to blow up. And I'm not telling you to invest in the stock because that's with your business. Check with spirit on you. Because I received a yes for me. And then when my youngest son, sometimes the way I test their gifts, I'll be like, I'll have a question in my head, and then I won't tell them the question. I'll be like, yes or no. Right. And so I'll have the answer too from spirit, obviously. And then I'll see what the answer is from my son. So when I asked, does it serve my highest good to invest in Tubi stock? He said yes. And so I told my mom, I said, I'm going to present it to the boys. I still haven't talked to Asim about it. I talked to Samaj because Asim's hardly ever home. If he's not working, he's out doing something else. He was just out doing interviews because he said he's getting a second job. But anyways, so I asked Samaj the question in my head, does it serve your highest good? And he got a no. And I told him what both the questions were. So, But anyways, so far I haven't been able to do it because I can't find it. They don't have it on Fidelity. So yeah, that's the platform that I trust. Okay, so look what we got, y'all. We got the sun. Life is wonderful. Thrive through the power of positive thinking and inspiring success. And it's number 19, which is 10. So Spirit has been reiterating, like, come on now, it's time to end that cycle and start your new beginning. Like we done heard that 50 million times in 50 million ways today, right? It's time. And the sun is all about the blessings. And we talked about just knowing that we're being showered with blessings. We're being showered with opportunity. And sometimes that opportunity starts with an opportunity to grow, right? It's like that first opportunity is to grow. And then from there, once we take the hand of spirit, like, okay, grow me, right? Then what comes when you decide to plant a seed? You water it, right? So the blessings come showering down, right? You tend to it, right? So spirit is tending to everything that you desire and require, everything you choose, right? And then it starts to sprout and it starts to grow and it grows leaves and that's the abundance in all areas. So now is your time to choose to end the cycle that you're in, right? End the cycle that you're in and make way for your new life. Make way for your new life. Wherever you are in life, even if you're like, my life ain't that bad, it's okay. It can get better. It can improve. It never stops improving until there's no more breath in this human form, this vessel. It never stops improving. So Spirit just said, let me bless you. And now I'm hearing Beyonce, let me upgrade you. That's all Spirit would like to do for you. Listen, you scratch my back, I scratch yours. That's the agreement. Spirit's like, you scratch my back every time you show up and you serve. Whether it's a conversation, whether you talking to the person at the coffee shop, at the nail shop, wherever, right? You're serving. So I got you. Fair exchange is no robbery. Let me show up for you, right? The lovers. It says, make choices from your heart, deeply emotional commitments, the power of love. Now, before I even read this, when I saw the lover, Spirit made it very clear this is about self-love, right? So we talked about your heart. Remember, we talked about getting out of your head, getting to your heart, because your heart creates that pathway to the soul, right? That deeply emotional commitments that you make to yourself. It's not enough to start the journey. Be committed to the full process. That's the only way you won't get up out the rut and get to that sunshine that we just talked about. The power of love. Love yourself enough to allow God to love you, right? God is always loving you. But when I say that, is where you can feel it, right? Where it's like, I'm so loved, how we be like, my ancestors don't play about me. God don't either. But sometimes we be putting up blocks. Think about that wounded. We're gonna use a woman, for example, men too. So we're gonna use both men and women. When they wounded, they so hurt, they've been so jaded from love that didn't work. And then they show up and they got this great person that just loves them so much, but they don't even know how to deal with it because they haven't healed the wounds. And remember, they say when you don't heal the wounds, you'll bleed on everybody, even the ones that love you. And that's what they're doing now. They can't accept the love. And that's how our relationship is with Spirit for many of us. Spirit's like, I'm here to just love you. I'm here to spoil you. But you fighting me because you jaded. Whatever your trauma is, it got your heart hard and you can't even receive the love. Just let me love you. Right? That's all. All right. That's the message. And look, 10 and 6 is 16, which is 7. So there's a message in of itself. General. Okay, awesome, awesome. Thank you, ma'am. English said the way is definitely open. That 1212 is on point. Yes, ma'am. Um, I am so sorry. I thought you would have seen the Cash App memo. No worries. Thank you for putting it in the Cash App, though. And you were not sorry, sis. You are amazing and divine. But let's see. Spirit, what do you have for English today? Tempest said, dang, that's deep. Bleeding on folks. And it's tainted blood. Okay, I'm telling you. Okay, I'm connecting to English's energy spirit. What message do you have for English? And I heard Big Frida, you already know. That's for you, English. That part, that's part of your message. Okay. Ooh. Now, why I put it on my leg? I'm gonna tell you, this message has come up 50 million times, and I unclosed it 50 million times. Your disc is almost full. Save space by optimizing. That's all. That's one. Okay. That's a part of your message. Now, all of these fail. None of those. Okay. You got it to shuffle some more. That's a part of your message. Your disc is almost full. Save space by optimizing. You've been carrying a lot. You're at your wits' end. It's time to optimize. And you do so not just by purchasing more space. You do so by clearing out what's taking up space, right? The false narratives that say, this is how I move on, this is how I move forward, this is how I be strong. It doesn't serve you. You already know. Oh, Lord, we haven't heard this in so long. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. That's coming through for you, English. What would you do if you knew that failure wasn't an option? What would you say to yourself if you knew that your life depended on what's next for you? You don't have to answer it to me, but just ponder that within yourself. Justice. Fight for justice and equality. Rulings made in your favor Don't give up. And we know how messages for others also will resonate with others, right? A lot that I'm hearing your name as I read that to English. Three of Raphael, reasons to celebrate, a community of friends, happy announcements regarding relationships or children. I'm hearing the Little Mermaid song where she said, I wish I could be part of this world. Eight of Gabriel, a great deal of activity, sudden and immediate results, important communication. Okay. Now, English, when this first card came up, there was a feeling that there's something that you're meant to do that pertains to fighting for the rights of others, right? Now, the part that says rulings made in your favor, that felt connected to you. Don't give up. That felt connected to you, like your personal life. But there's something that you're meant to do where you are an advocate for others, right? That is a part of your calling. And you're being called to go deeper into that. Now, reasons to celebrate, a community of friends, happy announcements regarding relationships or children. Every day, I just did a video about every day is a celebration. What can you celebrate now? What can you be grateful for now? Even when life isn't flowing the way you would like it to flow, how can you still show up grateful? Right. Also, your community, you're being called to expand your community to people who are where you are choosing to be, where you are thriving to get to. Right now, here's the thing, this isn't just your spiritual community. This is your circle of friends community. This is your, like, every aspect of life is your community, a vibrational match to who you're choosing to be. If it's not, it's time to reevaluate your community and make a shift. You have words of wisdom that you're meant to share, but sometimes you get caught up in being the friend that's like a fly on the wall, that you don't always express, always express the things that spirit brings to you. And it comes to you so fluently that you don't always register it as spirit giving it to you. But there's this component that is like, you know how some of us are like, I'm not gonna be a know-it-all. They didn't ask me, I'm gonna mind my business, and we just gonna listen and be there. But the only thing is, you've been put in the midst with some people to be more than just that friend that's just that listening ear. You've been that friend, you've been put there to be that friend that gives solid and sound advice. And you do that with some of your friends, but those are the easy ones. Those are the ones that you know, like they asking you. And even if they don't, you know that they're going to, I'm hearing both respect it and you and appreciate it and you. But now you're being called to step outside of that comfort zone and just start spreading the word, right? There's also an element of spirit, earth, and air. One of the ways that you're going to connect deeper to spirit is being out in nature more. It would be really great to get a blanket, go lay in some grass, and just look up at the sky and deep breathe, meditate with your eyes open. Also, do that on a beach if you can, where you lay on the sand with your blanket and you just look up at the sky, listen to the waves, right? Or sit directly on the sand, look at the water, meditate with your eyes open, right? It's really key for you to be able to see the waves crash, see the sky and the clouds move. It's going to put you in a conscious trance that will allow you to hear spirit's voice clearly, right? Because there's some decisions that you're being called to make where you don't feel like the clarity is fully there. So going back to what came in, you already know when we first started this, spirit is letting me know, you know what the answer is. You know what the solution is, but there's something that's preventing you from moving forward. And it's almost like you're like, wait, but let me make sure. Okay, spirit, let me make sure. Well, spirit is saying you are sure. You already know. You already know what to do. You already know how to move forward, and you already know what the outcome is going to be. So why are you doubting yourself and in turn doubting me? It's time for you to stop playing the mind games with yourself and to be all in. because now is the time for you to move forward. You've waited far too long for these opportunities to come. And now that they're here, don't block your blessings. She already told you that's the season that you're in. So why are you sitting here acting like you're less than? You know what you deserve. You know what you're worthy of. You know what you're capable of. So now is the time for you to move forward. Don't worry about who you leave behind. They're on a path that you've outgrown. And if you're going to put them before you and your growth and your progress, then that's another issue to address in and of itself. The thing that we'd like you to do now is put you first, because those people that you leave behind are where they agreed to be. Now you have a mission and a journey. And now is not the time to waver. Now is not the time to default on your promise. For promise and promises is what just came, that you made to yourself or to us. You have many ancestors cheering you on in the background. And you also have your team of angels. And I'm hearing angel in the pocket, and it's like a little pocket angel. Um, if you don't have one, get one. You may have one, but if you don't, get one. You also have the angel on your shoulder. You don't really have the devil on your shoulder because there's no space for that in your energy field. However, the devil shows up as you through self doubt, through that negative narrative that plays in your head sometimes when you're doing good. Here comes the tape playing over and over again, creating doubt, creating the illusion that you're not capable, creating the illusion that you've gone as far as you can go or you've come as far as you can come. Now I'm hearing Transformers more than meets the eye. That's you. You're more than meets the eye, but you haven't given yourself an opportunity to explore your own more. English, you already know it's time. You already know what to do. So do it. Okay. So say that again. We can't stop you from wavering or defaulting. Okay, okay, okay. 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 We can't stop you from wavering or defaulting. And the reason why that just happened is because what they were saying, they were telling me to tell you it's time for us to work together. And I was just like, y'all tell her or she'll know. And so I'm having this conversation with the guys that are talking to me while your guys were talking to me for you. And so that's why they had to repeat. So it's time. Okay. It's time. Okay. Now continue, please. Don't be afraid to go deep because in the deep is where the blessings are. You have also existed semi surface, but now is the time to go deep as the ocean floor. And just like the ocean floor has many things that are yet to be discovered, so do you. When we talk about gift and purpose, you have no idea, but we do. We've seen you in action before, and you've come here with great gifts that you've brought with you. So now is the time to use them. Time here on earth stands still for no one. So don't be existing in that timeless space when it comes to answering your calling on that deepest level. Because you agreed to get involved in this time machine called Earth. So since you agreed, show up. I'm hearing both in the time, at the time, in a timely manner at the time you agreed. They both were coming in. Okay. They said that's all we got for you now because we know she got other readings to do. but this is enough for you to get started, for you to make a choice. And if we were to leave you with one thing, it would be don't doubt yourself, don't doubt your gifts, and don't doubt the outcome of your power. You are here for a reason. They said, get off the fence, get in the yard, and play with the big dogs. I said, that's all, we're done. And they kind of went like this. So that is your message. That's your message. I'm going to read the comments. Let's see. Dia just said, wow, that woodchuck was first. It used to come up all the time and it has not come up in forever. Timba said, again, spirit all on me right now. TK said, I resonate with that. I want to bring my folks with me. Some people, listen, some people gonna come from watching you. Like, like some people they can't get there if you still there where they are. They got to see, like, I know her, right? Like, it's people that's with me and I be like, listen, you know my life before. Like, people hear about my life that joined me once I started answering my call. And like, my sister is one of them, Denise. I'd be like, sis, my mama, and like, come on, you've seen firsthand. Y'all heard about it. They've seen it. So I'm like, listen, y'all already know the realness of this. Like, you've witnessed, right? Firsthand. So it's like, come on, like, you already know. Spirit did it for me. Spirit will do it for you. Just take my lead, make that choice. And sometimes, that's what it takes for them to actually be able to see, And some people, they could see and still not choose it. And that's okay. But yeah, sometimes you just got to cut the apron strings and be like, mm-mm. Now I'm hearing, you won't break my soul, but you won't you won't hold me back, is what they saying. You won't hold me back. Yeah. Nobody. So, English said, thank you, Nahkila. You definitely just threatened me with a good time, and I'm off to get dressed for the good time. Well, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Tempest said, wow, we can't stop you from wavering and defaulting. She'll get out of your way, hands off. Yeah. English said, it is time and I'm done wavering. Brittany said, I feel like I just got yelled at. Listen, and they don't be scolding, they just be I'm hearing too short but funky. They just be keeping it real. Like, it's so funny because in the beginning they used to be all sweet and they used to kind of be soft with it. And then like actually this year they're like, we're not sugarcoating no more. Like the first time they had me like just record, like, okay, that particular night I had actually had an edible, like a piece of candy. And y'all know I don't do weed, right? Because I'm sensitive and that be messing with me. I don't like it. But I had an edible and I didn't eat the whole thing, but I was just getting all these messages, all these downloads. And they were like it was mild. It wasn't like, it was fine that time. And they were like, record what we're telling you and post it. And I was just like, are you kidding me? This is so like in your face, like we have these conversations, but you would like me to like for real, like post this, but I did, that was another layer of ego being peeled back. But they were like, in 2023, like, we're just going to be real. And I mean, cause that's how I am anyway. Me personally, I'm like that, but excuse me, the candy coating, like the saw felt easier to deliver, so they was like, listen, we about to just bring it, because now the people you're serving now, they're ready for that. Like before, the soft and putting a little sugar on it, like my grandma used to say, give that baby put some sugar in his water, make him drink. I was like, Momo, that's one time I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I listened to her on everything else, But no, he is not going to only have water if it's sweet. You know, but that's how they used to bring it at first. And now they're just like, listen, we just going to bring it. Because the people with you now, they've either grown up with you or they came to you already at this level. And this is what it takes. So I'm like, whatever, I'm the vessel, y'all. Just tell me what to say. Shoot. Um, Denise said, hey, sister, I just sent payment for general reading. Thank you, sis. Okay, so I'm gonna pull a card for all of us as a collective right quick. And then, ooh, I love what these cards doing. This one just stopped under here. And it's your lucky day. New resources of money, time, or support, a change in job or promotion. I'm just saying that again because that came out. It got stuck under the laptop. Okay. What you got for us, Spirit? Ordinary people. We had a sister day together, me and my sisters. And at one point, the Ordinary People song, Denable Hall, Spirit, that song comes up a whole lot. And it's coming up today. Even if you've listened to it before, play that, Denable Hall, Ordinary People, because there's a message there for you. Okay. The one right here, that's the bottom. This is for us as a collective. Y'all listen. It's the same one that came up in the personal. It says, 3 of Raphael, reasons to celebrate, a community of friends, happy announcements regarding relationships or children. So, this is a message for all of us. It's time to elevate your community, and those of you that have already joined a community, okay, I know our community specifically, not everybody is relying on the community for support, and not everyone is lending the support to the community, right? I say this all the time. The way that Spirit designed what we've got going on was very intentional by Spirit, and I didn't fully understand it at first. This is not a journey that's meant to be done alone, right? It's just not. It's not a journey that's meant to be done alone. You don't have to go at it alone. Rely on those that are there that love you and support you for that love and support. And when you see your sister or your brother showing up for that love and support, give it. Even if it's a like, if you see it, say something. If you see it, do something, right? Because that energy that you're putting out, it's that circulation. You also receive it back, right? You'll also receive it. I can't tell you how many times I'll see, they show you who views stuff and there won't be no comment, there won't be no like, you know what I mean? And you got a whole soul family of people that in their personal life are very alone, right? In their personal life, they're very alone. And sometimes the soul family is all that they have to really have this experience with. So just think about that. Like, I know that's really specific, but that's what's coming in. And for those of you that aren't a part of the soul family that are like, what is she talking about? For you, it's just really about aligning with your community, whatever that is, right? That's vibing at your frequency. And make sure that your entire community isn't right here with you. Make sure it's like this, you, this, like, so that way everybody is growing and learning from one another. Our community is so important because the people that we're around have a really big influence on us in our life, right? So, oh, there it is. There it is. I knew it was something that was going to come up when we talked earlier, and here just now it clicked. This is it. It's like when we talk about, so I've shared with y'all my second marriage. I started my journey in my second marriage, right? And the energy was so heavy and it was so like imbalanced that I would literally, y'all, I'm not exaggerating. I would take a sacred bath and I would literally be in the tub 6, 7, 8, sometimes 10 hours. I would just, when the water get cold, I just put more hot. And that was my way of like really keeping my energy in check, because when it's not a match, that heavy energy, you would think it would be the opposite. You would think you'd be able to uplift them into your frequency, but it's the opposite. It pulls you down, especially when you're at the beginning of your journey. And the reason why that is because once you reach a certain level of your journey, you're not tolerating no energy that's pulling you down. Like anybody who's not at my energy level or higher, you don't have a place at my table. You don't have a place in my life. It's a wrap, right? But at that beginning, it's so crucial. It's so crucial to your spiritual health and development that the energies and frequencies match, because it really is. It's not just a weight, it's an anchor, right? So community is so important. And for some, it's a lot of cleanup that you're being called to do. Clean up. It's time to clean up. It ain't spring, but it's time to clean up like it is, right? It's time to shut some doors. It's time to open some windows. It's time to clear the space. It's time to put you first. So that was for all of us. That was for all of us. Let's see. Um, Thank you, Sharon, for sharing it. And you shared it because we know this is the first time I realized they had so many other versions of that song. And the one we were listening to, that's the one that really touched you on the inside parts. The other ones is like, Hopo, who this song? Sharon said, yeah, community is vital. We are a tribe. We are tribal and communal by nature. I'm learning to reach out and not close off the world when I'm experiencing challenges. And it's always a benefit when I do. It's so true. Like I share with y'all how when I was going through some major stuff, I was like going through it. Okay, I'm gonna figure it out. Like this was always my unconscious mentality. Like, and then when I got through it, I would talk about it, and one of my mentors was like, you don't have to go through this alone, right? I'm here. And I was just like, oh, yeah. I was just so used to operating like that my whole life. Like just, take care of it, get through it, But that was the old way of existing. We're in a whole new frequency now where they say it takes a village to raise a child. Well, we children in this, going from our dense 3D self, elevating to our highest self, connecting to the God within, right? So it really does take a village. We starting as infants and moving on up, but it takes a village. Okay, so I'm connecting. Thank you, TK. I'm connecting to Denise's energy. Okay. What do you have for Denise? It's 716, which is 77. And you guys, can we congratulate our sister because she made a choice to be sober and it's been 25 days. She did it on 777. It's 716, which is 77, and today is her 25th day, which is 7. So can we just clap it on up for her? Okay, so you have the Lovers. It says, make choices from your heart, deeply emotional commitments, the power of love. Now, as I'm saying this, remember what I told you. This was in reverse. Do I read it reverse? Yes. Okay. What I told you, and I'm feeling some stuff in your, it's like in the middle. It's like stuck in between your heart and your throat. Okay. Remember what I told you, the heart is that pathway to the soul, right? So when we're speaking from the heart, not the wounded heart, not the heart that holds on because, right? Holds on to pain because, holds on to commitment because, holds on to friendships because. We're talking about the part of your heart that has that direct line to your soul. Your soul is all knowing, and your soul will speak and give that message to your heart. And then your heart is where all the love is, and your heart will make those decisions that's rooted in love, self love first, rooted in your truth, your divinity, right? Then speak from there. Don't allow anger, pride, ego, fear, or anything else to hinder your ability to stand in your truth, whatever that is. And don't be afraid to face your truth, whatever that is. No matter the topic, no matter the subject, no matter who's involved. You have time to grow, but the time to grow is now. You have time to grow, but the time to grow is now. Don't stop yourself before you get started. How often have you thought of something, but then you didn't do it? because fear popped up. What is the actual fear? To feel fear is not enough, but to know what you're actually fearing is the key that will lead you to deeper healing. Slowing down even more, staying at home even more. When you're not working, spending more time at home, more time in that family state, more time in rest and relaxation. So you can go from the surface feeling into the deeper feeling. Fear comes up a lot, but fear is not always rooted in the same thing. Self evaluation isn't the same as self judgment. Don't judge yourself, evaluate yourself, learn yourself, know yourself, grow yourself. You have eyes that are watching you, eyes that are learning from you, and eyes that are waiting on you to show up as your most authentic self in your truth, heal you so that they can heal. You have eyes that are carrying trauma that you don't even know about because she hasn't felt comfortable telling you about it. Heal you, you stop the cycle that she's entering in and you help her to heal. Every action has a reaction, and it doesn't just extend to your personal life. Those around you, attached to you, are affected too. Sometimes your motivation does come from outside of self at first, and that's okay. But make the goal to be you being your number one motivation. Be all in. It's not enough to be signed up. It's not enough to go through the motions. Be all in. Do the work. Go deeper. Not just the parts that feel good or look pretty. Go deeper. Go to that ugly space within, that space that you have under lock and key, that space where the door creaks when you open it, that space that you're afraid to step into. Go there. That's what's required for you to heal. If you don't heal this, if you don't do this, it doesn't matter which route you go. It's going to be the same scenario, different shell. Same scenario, different body. Same scenario, different soul. It's a cycle that's repetitive, and now it's time to break it. It came up before about father healing, yet you haven't touched that yet. Bring it, bring it, bring it to the table. Allow her to help, and we will help you. Don't be afraid. You have so much more exploring to do. And now we'd like you to take a bow for how far you've come. We're proud of you. But you have made mistakes along the way. It's a part of being human. You've been counting your mistakes, and you haven't been counting the good you do. You show the good you do, but it doesn't register to you. You know the good you do, but it doesn't register to you. You're chasing this dream that doesn't exist. Find yourself. Chase that truth. Chase that reality. And stop holding on to dead fish. They stink. And sooner or later, the scent becomes a part of who you are. It's time for you to stop waiting to change and change. What are you waiting for? It's time for you to stop waiting for the cycle to break itself and break the cycle. It's all in your hands now. No pressure, just facts. Don't look at this as a task. Look at it as your journey. It gets easier. Ask for help. Reach out. She'll let you know if she's tired. She'll let you know if she don't have it. She's gotten there in her journey. She's here for you. Don't worry about her rest. She know you love and respect her. You know the dynamics of your relationship. She knows the dynamics of your relationship. Stop letting that be a reason. Stop hiding behind love to slowly walk into your progression. We know what you're afraid of, but do you? Face it. Face it. Remember the story she told you about how she had to let go in order for it to come full circle? What you're afraid of, face it. And then focus on you. Okay. That's it. We're done. I'm going to tell you what this card says. Page of Ariel. Reliable, clever, educated balance. An excellent opportunity will be offered to you, scholarships or the pursuit of education. Time to get to work. And they just said, ask you what that is. So what does that card mean for you? I mean, you don't have to put it in the comments, but what does it mean to you? That's your message. That's your message. And y'all, thank you for allowing me to serve you. After every reading, I got so into the comments, I didn't even say that. Thank you. Thank you. So let me see. Brittany said 100. Sharon said, you're so welcome, sis. Love you. Denise said, I was listening to Speak to My Heart, Lord, this morning. Really? Is it a song or is it it's a song, huh? Can you share it with me? Brittany said, I love you so much, Denise. I'm so proud of you. Aw. So yeah, that was the message. Okay. And is anybody else getting a reading today? Let me know. Let me check to see if anybody else sent over for a reading today. I'm gonna pull a message for us as a collective. Who's still on with us right now? Okay, disconnect now. Yeah, okay. What I'm feeling in your energy field, sis, you holding on to this. Oh, I let it go. I don't even know how you're functioning in day-to-day life with what I'm feeling in your energy field right now. Because it just makes me feel really sad, and it makes me feel like I just would like to just lay down and just like, you gotta let it go. You gotta let it go. I mean, you don't got to do nothing, but it definitely serves your highest good. Let it go, sis, because it's heavy, and life doesn't have to be that heavy. Like, life is not this heavy. If it's this heavy, what is the point? What is the point? If it's this heavy, what's the point? Let it go. I'm feeling it all up in the back of your heart chakra. Well, that's because it mimics what you're used to. Right. And you know, it's so much easier to focus on putting out fires than focusing on healing me. It's so much easier to show up in a space of, I recognize that issue and let me go ahead and fix that than to work on healing me. It's time to stop running. And running is also in the form of, let me help you heal you. We can't do that until we heal ourselves. Like, it's just like, whew, sis, it's like anxiety, it's heavy, it's a lot. Let that go. Let it go. For some reason, I'm hearing Erykah Badu singing, You Better Call Tyrone, call him. I'm hearing that song. Okay, Spirit, I'm choosing to disconnect from that feeling now. Also, that, you know, that wiggle, and all of that, that'll be really good. Go outside in your yard and just shake that off, like just to move it up and loosen it. Some energy healing would be good. And if you don't choose to do it with me, Sharon, connect with Sharon. Jillian is awesome and great. You know, y'all know Jillian, awesome and great. But sometimes what we got going on, it requires Jillian. Sometimes it requires Nahkila. Sometimes Sharon. Sometimes Diamond. You know, Anitra ain't doing the divine source. She's doing the teach chats, but she an energy healer too, y'all. Don't let her fool herself. But anyways, yeah. It's just it's time. It's time. Okay, who is this for? The collective? It came in reverse. Is it meant to be reversed? Yes, because listen, okay, so here's the message again. Take great pride in your excellent work. Practice makes perfect. Consider getting additional education or training. So the reason it came in again and it was in reverse because Spirit's like, yeah, they got it kind of sort of. But for those of y'all that's ready, like it's just time. This is a card that says, go ahead, what are you waiting for? Let's start working together. The education comes through the awakening, it comes through the healing, right? And so just like this angel's guiding him, that's the knowledge, right? Spirit's gonna guide me on how to guide you, and then I'm gonna guide you into knowing how to be guided 100% by yourself without my help or anybody else's. You might come to me for some like, oh, what you think? But you wouldn't have to, because at that point you're clearly receiving and you believe it and trust it and you're doing it, and now you're on your merry way, right? And everybody else is being served in the process. It's just time. This is what this is. So we're gonna put that there and we're gonna grab another one because I done said it 50 million times. And it's not time for all y'all. If you didn't get the yes, I'm not talking to you. When you get the yes, come on and join us. But if you don't get the yes, I'm not talking to you. Okay, so Two of Ariel. It's important to have balance, working multiple jobs or projects at once, making work fun. Y'all quit like running yourself ragged. Create balance in your life, right? But also be able to multitask. And the multitask, what that looks like is I'm starting this and I had an idea of how I'm starting it. And this is what I'm doing. And then Spirit is like, you know what would be real good right now is if you did it like this. And you like, wait, but Spirit, I don't already. And Spirit's like, multitasking is a thing. I'm guiding you. I'm helping you get to where you choose to be, but you so invested in what you done did that you just choosing to be laser focused on that. But you done asked me to assist you with whatever you asked Spirit to assist you with. And here I am, and you like, oh no, I'm already. And Spirit's like, oh, okay, okay, do it your way. I'll be here when you're ready, right? You know, Spirit does the darndest thing sometimes. Spirit lets you get so deep in, and then Spirit will just pop up like, surprise, guess what I got for you to do? You know, testing your faith and stuff and seeing if you truly meant it when you said what you said, when you said, guide me, I'm committed, I trust you. And I'm hearing like the fish and the loaves of bread, how the multitude was fed with the fish and the loaves of bread. So when you think what you're doing is producing, right? When you do what Spirit guides you to do, how Spirit guides you to do it, that's what's going to make sure that you have that multitude being fed with the fish and the loaves of bread. Sing that song, what you have may not seem much, be much, but when you yield it to the touch of the master's loving hands, then you understand. So like Spirit's like, I'm guiding you, but why aren't you listening? And you can make excuses. You can have every reason why, but it's just that it's an excuse. You call it a reason, but it is what it is. It's an excuse. So what are you choosing? And don't act like when the outcome ain't what you manifested that I didn't show up for you because I've been showing up. You're just not listening. Hello? That's all. One more card for the collective. One more card for the collective. If you're choosing to get a reading, let me know. Denise said releasing. Denise says starting school on September 6th, Harvard Business School, 100% pay. What? Go girl. Congratulations. Okay. How come I'm just down hearing about this? That's the question. Okay. To a Gabriel. Make bold and ambitious choices. Great progress is possible. Important relationship with people who share your vision. Spirit is speaking loud and clear. I'm not even going to tell you what it means because you already know. You already know. You already know. Spirit said you know. You got things popping up in your life, opportunities of growth in many aspects. You already know. You already know. Make bold and ambitious choices. Step out of your comfort zone. Great progress is possible if you allow. Spirit is always there to guide you, but are you listening? Important relationship with people who share your vision. Spirit been talking about the community. Surround yourself with people who share your vision. Not everybody who doesn't share your vision is meant to be cut off, though. Let spirit guide you on that. The person that hurt your feelings, that don't necessarily mean cut them off, because some of those people were there to trigger you so you could heal deeper. And some of them are meant to stay because you are meant to be the light within your own light that shows them their light. Let spirit guide you and clean up your social media. If you're getting stuff that when you see it, it makes you feel away, it's time to clean your social media. And as I say that, that heart chakra is active. So for some, social media is like a source that agitates anxiety or even creates it. Just clean it up. Clean it up. Get all that off your timeline. You know, get all that off your timeline. Your entire community, including social media community, surround it, make it surround you with a frequency that you're choosing. Okay. And that's it, y'all. That's it. Mom said, congratulations, daughter. Anitra said, congratulations, Denise. That is awesome. And actually, she didn't say that. She said, Denise, that is awesome. Congratulations. I just read it backwards. Yeah, that is so good. So good. So there's that blessing fully paid for. And blessings, boy. Spirit be showering. Receive it. Take it in. It's 7:35, which is 7/8. Everything is in divine order. And we have 7 people on with 14 thumbs up. If you allow that divine order to just be, then everything in your life that is good and great will double. And then it'll double from that, and it'll just keep on doubling on and on and on. Yes, yes, yes. So, yep, that's the messages, y'all. I appreciate you for showing up. I appreciate you for being here, and thank you for allowing me to serve you. If this Empower Hour resonated with you, do me a favor, share it on your newsfeed. It's every first Wednesday at 5 p.m. Share it on your newsfeed, on your social platforms, and invite your community to join us. You know, you guys show up pretty much every week, and now it's time to start spreading the love, spreading the message. Just share the link so people can watch the video, and just tell them every first Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Join us next time. But in the meantime, watch the replay. There was some messages here that you might benefit from, or you might enjoy, or however you feel led to word it. But share it, please, and thank you. I appreciate you so much. You're so welcome, Anitra. Thank you. You're so welcome, sister. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, I'm just going to sit here for a little while longer. If some more comments come in, once we start, I'll be like, all day. So, yes, yes, yes. Ain't no more comments coming in. Oh, you're so welcome, TK. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad. Yeah. I am so glad. You're welcome, Tempest. Thank you. Yeah, I was telling Asim, I'd like to have him join us one time for an Empower Hour where he can do readings. I'm just waiting on him. He said the Wild didn't get a reading, they resonated. Huh? The Wild didn't get a reading, they resonated. Was that a typo, or am I just slow? Oh, like you mean like the people that didn't get readings but they resonated with the readings for others? Is that what you were saying? Yeah, it happens every time. You're so welcome, Brittany. Thank you. I'm glad you feel good. I'm so glad. Oh, you didn't get a reading, but it resonated. Yeah, I'm telling you, it happens every time. A lot of times when we say, okay, now we're going to go on to the readings, people are like, oh, well, I'm not paying, bye. And it's like, even if you're not, stay, because we're one, we're connected. It usually always does resonate more than with just the person the reading's for. And then again, like I said, the messages in between that are for us. It's like it's not over when we go into the reading part. So I'm glad you stayed. However, they did resonate with me. Yeah. You're so welcome, sister. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad. Yes, yes, yes. I'm so glad. So yeah. Well, y'all, do you guys have any questions? Like, if you like, I'll take 3 questions, just like not like reading questions, but questions about the spiritual journey or path. So I'll just take them in order. If anybody has one, um, whether it's my personal journey, whether it's just the spiritual journey in general, the healing journey, um, I'll answer 3 questions before I get off. So if you have one, um, feel encouraged to post it. I'll stay on for a while. I'll stay on for a while. When did I know no? Now, when you ask me when did I know no, are you asking like when did I know no I could trust spirit? When did I know no that this was my path? I feel like it's the when I trust spirit, right? Or when it's my path. Um, I'll answer it both ways because um okay, so how do you stay in spaces after you? Okay, so I'm gonna start with the when did you know no. So when I knew that it was time was when I heard spirit say what my purpose was. And as far as I've shared, like I was meditating on something totally different, but I've been asking what's my purpose? Like what's my purpose? Why am I here? I know it's more to life than this. And one day in meditation, spirit said life coaching, and it was the softest whisper, and I jumped up and started looking for schools. Now, like I said, for me, school, I didn't realize that school was the start of my healing, right? But you don't have to go to school to do this work, right? You don't have to unless spirit guides you to. But for me, it was the start of my healing. And as far as when I knew I could trust spirit, it's one of those things that once I made a choice to say yes to my journey, it was never a difficult process. When I say difficult, what I mean is I started to trust spirit immediately. And the reason for me that it was that way is because this is like my lane, this is my calling, this is what I'm meant to teach others to do. So for me, it was like automatic. It was like my soul was like, finally. But just because I was doing it doesn't necessarily mean I was doing it with that faith and confidence that I have now. But the way that I built that was the more I stepped out on faith in spite of my fears or my human hangups, the more spirit showed me like, this is the outcome. This is the outcome. And every time, I mean, and spirit didn't start me off small. Like spirit started me off with some big and heavy stuff. And usually financial, it's the biggest, heaviest thing, right? And it's like, okay, I'm doing it. It was just this thing inside of me that was like, okay, I'm doing it. I'm scared as hell, but guess what? I'm gonna do it. Trust you, you got me, right? But the more I did it, it just transition. And it's just like the proof kept coming, kept coming, kept coming. But really to get there, it really does require stepping out on faith. Like it really requires pushing past the fear. It's like I shared earlier where the person fed ego instead, soothed their ego instead. And then that's what you continue to feed when you do that. But when you starve the fear by taking action, then you feed your faith. And it takes bravery and it takes courage, but do it. You can do it. Do it because spirit will never let you down. But you know how we talked about the attachment to the outcome? Sometimes we have that attachment to the outcome. So when spirit is redirecting us, and if it's not what the outcome we were attached to is, we register that as, oh no, it didn't work. That's why it's important to just say, I trust you, and detach and just allow what is to be so that there's no disappointment, that understanding that everything that happens in my life serves my highest good and spirit has my back even when I don't see it. Spirit has my back. So yeah, that's that's the short, long answer. So let's see. And then I saw something else. TK, you had um, how do you stay in spaces after you've picked up funky vibes? So here's the thing. Perfect example was there was someone on my team. I've shared this story, and Spirit was like, first they started off as me coaching them, and then they joined the team. And Spirit was like, bring them in, like close to you, like let them in your inner circle. And I always picked up vibes, always, and there was always a message that came through like in the beginning for them is ego, make sure that you're checking your ego. And it always came through. And so, despite what I felt, people would come to me and tell me things that were said. There were moments of betrayal. There were all sorts of things, right? And it wasn't like I was blind to what was going on, but Spirit said what Spirit said. So I kept it like it was until Spirit said it's now time to cut ties in that way, right? And so that's how you stay in those spaces or move out of those spaces. You just ask Spirit, what does this serve my highest good to do? There was a lesson that I was meant to learn that had I not allowed that person in like that, I wouldn't have learned that lesson. And also, it was a test for me. Despite what you feel and know, can you still be obedient to the guidance? And the answer was yes. I feel it, Spirit. I know it's Spirit. And I would constantly check in, like, okay, Spirit, is we still doing this? Because it's getting mighty hectic. And Spirit said yes. Keep it going. Stay connected. Don't walk away. Because listen, I was been ready to cut. When I started feeling energies that wasn't of highest light and love, I'm like, listen, people don't understand. There ain't no dollar amount, right? I'm out of there. But Spirit was like, nope, nope, you gonna do this. And so I did. And that's how you do that. It's all Spirit led. Because we never know. We never know why Spirit has us in that space, right? And actually, I was just talking to someone that I mentor. Today, I was answering a question on Voxer, and Spirit guided them to reach out to this particular business person that's assisting them with some things. And then they asked, is this person of highest light and love, right? And Spirit said no. And they were confused as to why Spirit would say reach out. Well, not everyone that we're guided to connect with, whether it's business, personal, or otherwise, is of highest light and love. But that doesn't mean that they're not being used to serve a purpose on our journey. So it just really all boils down to that. Does Spirit guide you into that space? Does Spirit guide you there? And if so, then that's where it serves your highest good to be, regardless of what is going on. And then also being able to check your energy and process through whatever uneasiness that you feel in that space because right? So, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Let's see. Is there anything else? Mm, how do you know when you fully surrender? When you're doing everything that Spirit guides you to do exactly as Spirit guides you to do. That's when you know that you're fully surrendered. Because we can say I surrender, but then Spirit will tell us to do X, Y, and Z, and we'll procrastinate, put it off. We'll, switch it up a little bit. That's how you know you're not fully surrendered. And what is being fully surrendered really? It's existing in that total faith. It's that totally taking our hands off the wheel and allowing Spirit to not only navigate us, but drive us, get us there, right? So if you're still battling with Spirit guided me to do this, and we'll make all kinds of excuses in our minds, and it won't even be like a conscious excuse. It'll just be something we justified within ourselves to make it like, okay, it ain't really me not surrendering. It's this, right? But when you're fully surrendered, you're just like this. Use me, guide me, do with me as you will. Now, when you do that, don't be surprised how you get used. Now, I told y'all I was surprised how I was being used. And Spirit was like, well, you said, okay, I did. So, but it's great though. It's great. It's wonderful. It's so wonderful. So, look for those areas where you find yourself not showing up exactly as Spirit guided you to, because sometimes Spirit will say, okay, here's what I like you to do. And this is how you do it. And then we'll move into that space and do what spirit guided us to do, but we won't do it exactly as spirit guided us to do it. So now we're just going through the motions. We just spinning wheels. We just exerting energy. We're not reaping or providing, right? What was in the design, and it's bigger than us. It's not just about us and going deeper on our journey where it's that circulation. It's we receive and we put out, so that's how you know. Y'all, I'm still here. You keep asking questions. Let's keep going. um Tempest said, Sharon said, "Oh, I like this Q&A segment, Spirit." Um, let's see. Tempest said, "Oh, wow. The financial is my current hang up. I'm working though. Like I said, y'all earlier, don't let finances be the thing that holds you back. Schedule consultation because there is something for everybody. Now, before we just had cut and dry. It was group mentorship or one-on-one. That's it. And it was what it was. But there's custom plans that consist of different aspects to where we can figure out what your soul requires and figure out what we can do that's within your budget. So don't let that be an issue. Schedule the consultation. um let's see. Tempest said, okay, yeah, it is that outcome, our own notions of how and where things should be. Okay, so now here's going back when I said some of the things Spirit guided me to do. I've shared with you all how when I was guided to go to that speak and write event, how we was broke. Like we was so poor, we couldn't even afford the other OR. And we had an eviction notice on our door. He called me and let me know. Now, my first husband, we were very financially well off. My second husband, because I left the first one, everything. We was the ones that couldn't afford the other OR. Okay. And Spirit said go. I didn't know how I was gonna pay for my ticket or my hotel, but Spirit said go, and I had faith and I did it. And it wasn't so much like I thought I was gonna go and learn how to be this speaker. It wasn't that. It's just that Spirit guided me there because you know what? A lot of my client base stemmed from the connections I made there. And to this day, I'm still working with people that are connections that came from me being obedient in that moment when I did not have the money, right? I did not have it, but I was like, because that money was for rent. That money was for, right? But Spirit said what Spirit said. And rent was fine. We wasn't never homeless. We didn't go without no meals. We didn't lose electricity, water, or none of that, right? So it's just one of those things that money thing, the money thing has really been a block for a lot of people. A lot of people. And y'all heard Shamika share her story, how when Spirit guided her, she was homeless. She was living in a shelter and she didn't know how she was going to do it, but she did what Spirit guided her to do. Shamika was never late on her payments. And she ended up getting a place and elevating in her career and just, a lot of positive shifts. So if Spirit is guiding you, then move forward. If Spirit's not guiding you and you're just like, oh, she funny, I would like to work with her, then don't. Like, don't. Okay. Like, this is straight up. Do not. Let Spirit be the guide that says, yes, it serves your highest good to work with her. Right. If you get that, then no matter what you think is the block, move forward anyway. Move forward anyway, because whether you acknowledge it or not, that moving forward, that's one of the answers to removing those financial blocks. You've been in a financial rut attempting to make something better or elevated or different, but there's some tools over here for you to gain so that you are in your power so you can do that. But you're holding on like this out of fear, and Spirit's like, let that go over here so you can learn, so you can grow, so you can elevate and get out of that situation and so much more, right? I'm speaking firsthand. So let's see. Tika said, thank you. I left 2 locations on my birthday weekend because of the stuff I was getting from so many people. And see, environments like that, let me tell you, I told you, I don't like large crowds at all. I don't like airports. I usually will hum. I've shared this with y'all how I'll hum and I'll just be like humming a happy tune I'm making up in my head. It's not even a song. It's just a song I'll be making up on the fly. But what that does is it tunes everything out. So I'm not connecting, I'm not feeling, I'm not focused on the fact that I'm in this crowd amongst all this energy that I don't like to be in, right? So finding ways to finding ways to do that. And sometimes energies can be very overwhelming. I when I was in Washington State. This was at the beginning, excuse me, of my journey. It's 7:53, which is 7/8 divine order. It was at the beginning of my journey, and I went into this one store, and I literally felt like I was going to throw up. I had to leave because the energy just was like, it was not agreeing with my energy. So just finding ways to, number one, disconnect when you're in those environments, if you're picking up and feeling stuff. And then when you feel it, before you just automatically choose to disconnect, ask spirit, okay, spirit, what is this feeling showing me? Like, is this a message? Is it just my sensitivity? Does it not serve my highest good to be here? Does it serve my highest good to leave? That's when you have the conversation with spirit. And if it's too crowded energetically or noisy or whatever, just step outside, get some fresh air, take some deep breaths, and connect with spirit. Wherever you are, just stop, dropping, roll, stop dropping, stop dropping. Anyways, go out and talk to spirit, okay? And spirit to clear it up for you. Um, I do. I don't see any right now, but when you did the fire ones, I see the emojis. Lacey Dawn said, "Thank you so much. Great and power hour as usual. I'll reach out to you when I figure out what I'm going to do about my classes. Thank you so much for the great advice. You're the best." You're so welcome, Lacey. Yes, start recording what you're already doing. Get it on YouTube. That came through very clear for you. So Tempest said, I feel like triggers are there for shadow work to be done. What do you think on that? I agree. Triggers are there to show you, like, hey sis, guess what? You forgot about this corner over here. Swept the whole floor, but you missed the spot, you know? So, or some things we just suppress and we're not even aware that they're there. It's not even about like, I worked on this, but I missed a spot. Sometimes it's just like, I wasn't even aware this was there. I didn't even know this was in my energy field. Thank you. That's why it's like, be grateful for those people that trigger you. Don't get mad. Be grateful. We be too focused on being mad that we're not even looking at the gift that they're bringing us. Because somebody got to play the villain. So they soul was like, you know what? This time I'm going to help her. I'm going to come show up as the villain. I'm going to irritate the hell out of her. I'm going to trigger her so much she ain't going to have no choice but to go deeper. So let's see. Tempest said, I feel, okay, I got that part. You're so welcome, TK. You're welcome, Lacey Dawn. Tempest said the suppressed stuff. Ugh. But listen, it's really not that bad. Like when we think of healing, listen, the effects that suppressed stuff, the effects that trauma have on our lives before we heal. Healing is a cakewalk. Healing is a cakewalk. Like it's like walking slow, eating good cake. That's what healing is compared to where we are before we heal. But we're so used to that. We're so used to that this becomes comfortable and normal, but it's really not. It's not comfortable to our souls. It's not comfortable to our spirit. It's not comfortable to the purpose of why we came, right? And so we can just get past the idea of what's ahead and just flow with it. It really isn't that hard. Now, there are moments where it's like, what in the God's green earth is this? But it's still better than where we came from. Because this is our new level, we sometimes forget where we came from. And now we're like, why did I say yes to this path? Why can I just go back to the time when ignorance was bliss? Not really meaning that, right? But we just push through. It's a part of the journey. We push through and what's on the other side. And now we have tools so we get through it quicker, and it's just an amazing journey. I can't even express it in words. Like there's nothing I can say that is going to have you feel the magnitude of the journey. Like I cannot tell you, I can't express it to you. Like when you get to that point where you are fully surrendered and you are allowing spirit to guide your entire life, the way your life shifts, it's just magical. It's beautiful. It's like nothing else. And this is what life is meant to be like. Even with life lifing and peopling and human being human, it's still just wonderful. It's wonderful. I'm hearing the song "Sitting on Top of the World," that's what's playing now. That's what it's like. It's just like, yeah. So rewarding and fulfilling. Mhm. Yeah. Let's see. Yes, ma'am. We are. We are. We're just doing a Q&A now. Let's see. Tempest said, it's a for real, real threat when it comes up. The suppressed stuff. The threat is keeping it suppressed because there's so many things that affects our lives that we don't even realize that it's connected. Like some of the stuff, yeah, it's pretty obvious that it's connected, but there's things that are affecting our lives, and we don't even. Oh, you know what? It's saying, look, y'all, this whole time it's saying 40 and 45 seconds ads will run shortly for some viewers. Skip ads. Like it's actually showing me, and this whole time I didn't even see it when y'all were like, "Did you get ads? Did you get ads?" But yeah, it's certain things that we aren't even aware is connected to certain traumas, but it's affecting our lives in ways that's definitely hindering us. You know, definitely hindering us. I just skipped it. Um, the ad that was about to show up. Um, Sharon said, "Yeah, I've wanted to go back to ignorance plenty of times, but you can't go back up the birth canal. We here now. It's true. It's true. And that feeling is temporary. I mean, because really that's us being in our feelings. That's our emotional self, like the human self, just like why. The human self sometimes just be feeling like, can I just be lazy? Can I just play? Can I just not do nothing? Can I just be still? Like, why? Why I gotta do all this? Why? I'm just here to be human. Can I just be that? But then your soul be like, girl, quit playing. Go ahead and give yourself some time. Go ahead and feel all that human stuff and then get back to it. And really the strongest feeling is I really don't choose to go back. Like for real, for real. Cause you have free will. You could stop right here where you are. Nobody ever does. That's truly about that life. Nobody ever does. I mean, when I say about that life, I mean like truly like I'm on the side of stuff. I said love, this is what I chose, this is what I'm doing. Because the rewards that are reaped by the time you get to that point are great enough to where you already know. Like if I were to go back, I can't go back, right? Not because I can't stop, but because that compared to this, once I get beyond this part of my healing, is already way better. So I know what's on the other side of this hump, you know? So yeah, Tempest said, right, Sharon. However, I do remember the trails at them. Is it trails or trials? The trails at them points too. I don't be knowing if my eyes or what. TK said it really is. Spirit is like a warm hug in my old voice. Tempest said, "Yo, just sat down, girl. Girl, that body be tired. The spirit pushes. Fighting makes it so much harder. It does. It is. It's just easy to just surrender. It is. It's so easy. And I told you guys how when I got to a certain point of the surrender, it shocked me because literally it's like my brain wasn't working. And I literally was like, I used to be so smart. Like I was tripping because my brain, I was like referring to myself as an airhead because it was like my brain. And then with spirit let me know, like this is a part of that transition from relying on your physical vessel, physical 3D intelligence versus being spirit led. It's like I don't use my brain for that anymore. Like, what is a brain at this point? I'm spirit led 100%. So, as I was going deeper into that, once I was in that space, it's like my brain just went to mush. It just went to mush. And I know what it is now. The spirit explained it. And so I'm fine with that. I don't have a use for it anymore at all. Whatever I'm doing, I'm checking in. Whatever I'm doing, I'm receiving guidance from spirit and I'm doing whatever that guidance is. So I don't have a use for the brain to figure things out. I don't do that at all. But in that process, when my brain started malfunctioning, I was like, what? And I was so shocked, but it made sense. It made sense. We only using a teeny tiny bit. When we allow spirit to guide us, now we're tapped into that God brain, right? And there's no limit to that because this human vessel only has a small scope of awareness. But when we tap into that God brain, we have access to infinite wisdom, infinite knowledge, infinite intelligence in this realm and beyond. It don't get no better than that. You mean to tell me all I got to do is heal and get out my way, and I can be guided into pure bliss, oh, I'm here for it. Brain, what is that? So yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Brittany said, magical right now. I get it. Try and eat the cake and ice cream as you move through it, healing all parts and knowing we are here. Soul work, feeling it, but knowing we are safe in us. Yes, we are. We're safe. This is the safest place we can be. This is the safest place we can be, is in the arms of spirit. Safest place we can be, is on that path that's laid out by spirit. There's times where listening to spirit has saved my life. When I was young, I didn't realize that spirit was speaking to me, but it was so strong I couldn't ignore it, and I'm so glad that I did listen. But now that I know that spirit is guiding me, I can't even imagine not listening. I can't even imagine saying, you know what, I'm going to do it this way. And I don't judge people that choose that, because you were given free will for a reason, right? You have free will to do whatever you choose. It's not my place to judge whether you're choosing to be 100% spirit led or not. But as for me, oh, it's a no brainer. It's 100% up over here. You know, we ain't straddling no fences. We not remixing. We not picking and choosing, because I know that leads me to nowhere but more of the same. And it just puts me in a deeper state of self deception. I think I'm moving, but really I'm just running in place. I don't like cardio. I told y'all that. So if I'm a run, I'm getting somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm getting somewhere. Let's see. Funny thing is, I say, if I could just go back to being in my mama house, knowing every exception rule. However, I just realized that could and will be spirit as long as I choose free will to have them trials and testimonials. Yeah, and we get to a point where spirit is like, you got enough of those. Now let's elevate you. Let's get you to where you said you were going to be when you said yes to this whole human experience. Let's get you there. And getting you there, it's not just the serving part, it's the you part too. There's aspects of this human experience that you're choosing to experience. Some of us, it's being in love with the one. Some of us, it's having a tree house in the middle of nowhere. Some of us, it's having a condo with a beautiful sky view. Some of us, it's a mansion on the water. Some of us, it's being a nomad living out the back of our van. Whatever it is for you. Some of us is being gathered and surrounded by many friends. Some of us is being in a little cocoon with just a small circle, whatever it is. Whatever it is, spirit will get you there if you allow it. But sometimes we don't give spirit the opportunity, right? It doesn't, like, the path doesn't look like what we think it would, could, or should. So then we start judging the path and we start doubting. And then we start being like that dude, let me do it. And spirit was like, really? I thought we was over that. Fine, go ahead. When you're ready, I'm here. So yep. It's definitely a choice. It's definitely a choice. But when you make the choice and you stick to it, then it's no longer a choice at that point. It's just like there is no other option, and that's just within you. That is your free will at that point. There is no other option. But it's getting through. We done been through so much that's hard and tough and difficult. We'll stick it out for other people, and we'll stick it out for stuff that don't serve our highest good. But sometimes when it comes to what does, like sticking it out with spirit and just going through the emotions or going through the temporary discomfort, that's when we're ready to throw in the towel before we make it to the other side. And spirit's like, okay, I'm here when you're ready. So all that we be giving to others, it's time to give it to us, you know. It's time to give it to us. And the biggest act of self-love is just surrendering. It's just surrendering. Some people are afraid of what that really means, what type of responsibility comes with surrender, what type of thing is going to be asked of me, right? But when you totally surrender, right? Even with me, like I told y'all, this new work that just got thrown in the mix, at first, I was just like, I was side-eyeing, like, for real. for real. But really, I realized that was just rooted in fear. You know what I mean? It was rooted in fear because it's like I only seen this in the movies, and now you got me doing this, and you ain't even gonna warn me. What's wrong with you? Shoot. And Spirit was like, but you capable though. I wouldn't have put it in front of you if you wasn't. Okay, I'm capable. And you protected. I know I'm protected. So what was I doing? I was processing through what I was feeling. It doesn't go away because I'm human, right? It doesn't go away just because I know these things. It requires me to process through it. But I could have easily said, you know what, Spirit, this is above my pay grade, okay? And I ain't doing it. You know what I mean? But I said use me and I'm here for it. But let's go ahead and process through this. Now there's no fear there. Now it's just another day's work. And now I'm actually grateful and I find the joy in that too now. So yeah, when we surrender, it's like we may have those bumps in the road where at first it feels like, okay, this is not what I signed up for. But once we process through it, it's all good. It's all good. And the things that get removed, it's just things that aren't naturally who we are anyway. It's not like this big sacrifice to be like, okay, if I become this, then I have to give up this. No, the only things that I've ever given up were things that just weren't me. And they naturally just, like, I didn't have an interest. I didn't have a connection. It was just like natural. Like, it's not like with religion at times where it's like, in order to be a good whatever the religion is, you have to do this, this, and this. That's not how it works. Spirit is not changing you. Spirit is just helping you melt away all that you're not, so you can really stand in your divinity and be who you truly are, free of all the junk that's piled in your spirit that keeps you from truly shining. You know. So let's see. I need you to say yes, yes, yes. Tempest said, God is sticking it out for myself, being kinder to myself, just being rough with them. Afropus gives me rage. Yes. And listen, we all have been there. At the beginning of my journey, y'all. Let me tell you. I remember some of y'all heard this when Trump had just got elected, and this woman gonna have the nerve to tell me you need to learn some respect. We was in the drive-through, still living in Washington State, and my youngest son was with me. And I came in through the drive-through and she was going the wrong way, but I beat her there and she was pissed. And so, I'm just like, like didn't think a big deal. And then this woman gonna literally say to me, you need to learn some respect. When I tell you the old me that wasn't fully in hibernation, the beast wasn't fully asleep. The beast was just kind of dozing off at that point in my journey. I must have parked my car and jumped out that car so quick. And my son was like, Mommy, what are you doing? And I went up to her, I need to learn some what? And now at this point, I don't even know. I'm so glad that she was smarter than me and her and her friend both. And they rolled their window and drove off because I might have been serving from prison. Who knows? Right? At the beginning. And when that happened, I made the choice right then and there that I am never going to allow someone to take me out of character, right? Ever again. Ever again. I had a situation since I've been here where I was, I'm good in my journey. I know who I am. And so this woman, always in cars, right? I guess they feel protected in cars, maybe. I don't know. But in the car, and she was just acting away, like just, like acting away. And I'm like, I got time today because I'm petty too. If you tailgate me on the freeway, I will slow down on the freeway and do 5 miles per hour because you're not about to punk me. I'm here. I'm actually going above the speed limit. I don't like you telling me, so you gonna get over now. Like sometimes I just be petty like that and I'll slow down. So I was being petty that day. I'm like, I got time today. I'm just gonna sit here. I parked the car because she was just saying all kinds of stuff. But as I'm doing all this, I'm checking in like, Spirit, am I good? And Spirit's like, you good? Are you? I'm like, I'm at my peace. I just sat there, and then she uses the threat of the police. And I'm just like, have fun, scared of the police, whatever. And so I sat there because my yoga class wasn't starting in for a minute. So I just sat there like, sometimes we can still stand up for ourselves. But when we start standing up and we mad and we angry and we out of control and we not in peace, then that's when Spirit's like, okay, Nahkila, let it go, right? Don't do that. But sometimes standing up is required, but I was just as peaceful, like, I got time today. So because she was not in the right, in that situation. And so it's like, I got time. So yeah, sometimes, but yeah, that one time it's just like I'm never, ever, ever. I didn't like being that person where, the rage took over and it was just like, I'm like, you gonna let your president get the brakes beat off you. That's what you about to do. So yeah. Yes, yes, yes. So grateful for growth. So grateful. Let's see. Um, listen, I'm telling you, that's we can't be on live in prison. Tempest said, I was so entirely terrified when the D got elected, kept my babies home. That was truly a moment. And it was. I mean, that man, I tell you, he kind of smart. He's more money hungry than he is anything else. And he's just using, like the world does, they use whatever they can to further their agenda. And when you decide because some them people racist, I'm not candy coating racist people, boy, they be standing for their cause. They don't care. They will stand, right? And so if I can appeal to them and get their support, oh yeah, but not everything is as it appears, but people will use whatever they can to get whatever they choose. And that's what he did, you know. But it had people going crazy. And at one point, even me, like my mom and I, we were going on our walks, and now we've been here, right, for a little while, and it didn't even feel like we were in the South. Like it was like everybody's so nice and it's so great, and you know, and that's how we both believe our life to be. So it is. But then at this time, we kind of feeling all the, and so we in this space, and next thing you know, we encounter all these racist people, and we like. So this one particular day, we get at the top of the hill, and Spirit checked me. Spirit was like, you experiencing that because where's your mindset right now? I'm like, okay, all right, I'm shifting it right now. And I shared it with my mom. She chose to shift it right now. And I kid you not, same time, walk the same time every day. The very next day, guess what? Again, nothing but nice people. And we haven't experienced that since. But when we were in that frequency of this is the president, people are this, people are that, that's what we experienced. I mean, I live all up in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I'm from Berkeley, California, where it's liberal, or it was when I was growing up there, and so you would think like here would just be like what we started to experience, but it was all about what we expected, and we got what we expected. So the mind is powerful. We will attract what serves us, and we will attract what don't. So now, it's just like sometimes we don't look at how our frequency is lowered based on circumstances. And so when we're open to that, spirit will check us because we're human, being a human, there's going to be moments where it's just like, I'm not at my best. But the key is when spirit points it out, oh, right, that it's consider it done. Aye, Captain, sometimes it'll be like, yeah, yeah, I hear you, but and then it's like, okay, when you're ready, let me know. So yeah. Tempest said, working on my Betty, trying to keep my hands to myself. Had a moment. TK, Tempest said, have found the suppressed stuff. It is what has my rage activated of E for everybody. Yeah, and that healing that is going to be good because that rage, it just destroys us. You know what I mean? Like really, even if we had to put pause on somebody temporarily, they gonna feel it. But in the end, we're the one that's suffering, and so the one thing that I realize with moving into this new element of the work that I'm doing, and sometimes it's not so deep that it's an entity, right? Sometimes it literally can just be the trauma, which oftentimes you hear people are fighting their demons because the trauma can affect us in the same way as an entity, right? But it feeds on, or they feed on those types of emotions, right? They feed on that. But when we can release that and then replace that with forgiveness, replace that with love and compassion, and when things have occurred and it's at the hands of an individual, it helps to literally connect to their soul as a child, right? And really connect to who they were as a child before whatever created whatever monster they became. And when you can do that, it makes it easier to go into that space of forgiveness and compassion. And it don't excuse anything. And being able to connect to their child's soul self doesn't mean that you're giving them a pass. It just means that you're freeing yourself from the hold that they have on you, right? Because there's so many people that are controlling the lives of other people without even being in their lives anymore. When we don't heal, then people are still in control. When we're showing up because I refuse or because this, like they're still in control. So now it's just time to take our power back. Like heal all that, let that go. Take your power back. It's not giving them no excuse or no pass. It's for you. It's for you. And you heard how they say, that anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. That's what it is. It shows up just as harmful in your energy field and your physical vessel as stress. Stress kills. So does anger. They are like Siamese twins. So, as you said, someone just identified me that we are having God's spirit experiences this human flesh. Yeah, hmm we are. We are. We are. I'm hearing the song. It's the God in me. Yep. This is the temple right here. This is the temple. How are you caring for the temple that houses your soul, your spirit, God? How are you caring for this temple? Whether it's an emotional care, how are you caring for your emotional state? When your emotions are out of whack, your vessel is too. Because it's not just this that's housing God, right? It's your entire being in this 3D realm that houses God. When you incarnated, there's a part of God that lives in you. So if your emotions are out of whack, what clean vessel does God have to exist in? It creates a disconnect. When you're not creating balance in the way you're eating, and I'm not saying healthy or bad eating, but just balance, right? If you're too much on this end or too much on that end, too much of anything doesn't serve you, right? Your physical activity, how are you feeding this vessel that houses God? You can't expect something to thrive and grow if it doesn't have it doesn't have a place to do so. So yeah, make this vessel a place, an environment where God can grow, so that connection can grow, so that, you know what I mean? And then it just becomes automatic. Like you don't have to necessarily hear, it's just like it flows through you, right? You don't have to hear it as a separation. It begins to just flow through you. You begin to encompass it, right? And then it really starts to get fun, you know? So, um, Timber said, LOL. I don't like kids. I love the babies. Them these kids though, yeah, they do reach a point where you'd be like, when is this gonna be over? I'm so glad that point is over. I'm so glad. That age on that picture of I seen that I showed, that was a good age. That was a really good age. Yeah, that was a good age. But there's a point in that teenage life where I was like, I thought people said girls was worse. I thought it was gonna be smooth sailing with boys. Somebody lied. I don't know. I don't have nothing to compare it to, but I thought, I didn't know boys went through that phase too. I was shocked to tell you everything else to scare you about having kids when you're young, but they leave that part out. That boys be just as much of hellions as girls. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's just because that's all I had to go by but they go through a period too. So yeah, wow, the disconnect from being imbalanced. Yeah, it's so true. It's so true. There is nothing outside of self that, you know what I mean? Like that's why we say we don't need anything because it's all in here. And even when we connect, I'm not like teaching you anything new. I'm just helping you unpack what's bearing the God within, right? I'm just reminding you of who you are and reminding you of how to connect deeper. But we've all done this before. This isn't our first rodeo. You know what I mean? We've all done this. We've all incarnated many times, some of us more than others, but we've all had this human experience many times. We all have that infinite wisdom that's within us. We all are born psychic. We all have the gifts. We all have the ability, right? And I can't do the work for you. I can be your human guide, your guide in human form, but it's up to you. I don't heal you, you heal you, you know? I just do like this. You see that path right there? Now if you walk down there and then you see that stop sign, you're gonna turn right there. Take 2 steps, just two, not 2.5, just two. The spirit said two, right? And then turn right, left, that's left, and then you're there, you know. Sometimes people be like, what path? That path, this path. I like where I'm at, you know. And it's like, okay, well, do you, boo? I'm gonna keep giving it to you. I'm gonna wait for you. I'm gonna keep shining the light. But you get to choose, you know. But it's you, it's up to you. It's up to you. And we're all capable. It really is a choice. Like, are we gonna settle for the comfort in our discomfort? And sometimes it gets even tougher for some because they're not really experiencing much discomfort. Where they're at right now is I'm good, but they're sacrificing great just to be good. I mean, good is cool, but you were destined for greatness. Now it's easier when you're in turmoil. Like I had reached my spiritual bottom, okay? My spiritual bottom. So for me, it was a no-brainer. I was reaching out to God because I wasn't going to take my life because I was a mother and I could never be that selfish. But if I wasn't a mother, I probably wouldn't be here. That's how bottom it got, you know? So at that point, but we don't have to get to that. Not everyone gets to that point to say, what else is here? You know, what else is here? You don't have to. It's just like, you know, when we raise children, we choose to raise them to be better than us, or when our parents raise us, they, you know, choose for us to be better than them. You know, it's like we don't always have to. My son's grandfather used to say, a wise man learns from another man's mistakes, a fool learns from his own. And that has always stuck with me. We don't always have to have that path where it gets to that point. Sometimes we can see another path and spirit presents to us before we get there, right? Spirit presents before we get there. So we have the opportunity and I have to get there to get it. It was just my path where that was my journey to get to that bottom before it was presented, you know? So, yeah. Um, Timber said, wow, okay, I read a lot that said, I'll watch the replay. My little ones had me on their schedules today at volleyball practice. Now, I used to play volleyball when I was in junior high. Have fun. I ran track, I played volleyball, and I was a cheerleader. So, yes. Thank you. I was like, oh, she ain't called me big head not once. Thank you, beautiful. But yeah. Anybody else have any questions? I'll answer a few more before we actually get off. Did you? I did not know that. Hey, Deasia. Oh, you guys follow Deasia's platforms too. And if you guys are friends with me on Facebook, I posted something today. I saw it on somebody else's post, and it was saying about like sharing your business in the link. So I changed some words because it had like some lack words in it, and then I also changed small. It said small business. I changed it to like great businesses or something like that. Even though the hashtags I left them and they say small, because I'm not claiming small business for my business or yours. I'm not claiming that. But the hashtag, you know, people search that, so I left that. But I say that to say, if you're friends with me on Facebook and you got a business of any kind, even if it's your social media platforms, share it in the link. I mean, share it in the comments, and then share the post itself so people could do the same on yours. You know, tell Derek hello. Tell him a woodchuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Stephanie, I didn't even know you were still on, Stephanie. But yeah, yes. A lot that said, right, we operate in abundance with our business. You know, ain't nothing small up over here, cuz. Shoot. But yeah. Share your links. So I said that because I was gonna say follow Deasia because Deasia is starting to share her journey on her platform and all the support is great. You call it funny, some call it crazy. So yeah, but yes, yes, yes. And if anybody on the chat, Deasia, share your page. A lot that just said share. Is it your Daisy Divinity? Is that where you're going using on YouTube? And then share your other platforms too in the chat. And if there's anyone else on that would like to share your social media handles, share it. Share it, share it. So yeah. Yep, yep, yep. A lot that just say you can also friend request her too on Facebook. Yep. This weekend I am going to rest. I'm gonna be in bed watching Tubi. And there is a series, a show on Netflix that I started watching not too long ago. I think it's called Love Island. I like that show. I might watch some of that. Outside of that, Tubi has really taken over Netflix. Like I've been on Tubi. I watched oh wait, am I done with it yet? No, I'm not done with it. Secret Society. Okay, those of you that watch Netflix, it reminds me of the Ratchet books that I used to read, me and my mom. But then when I started my journey, I stopped reading them. And here's why. Not had nothing to do with the content of the books. It was just that those are the kind of books where I can't put them down. Like I will read them until I'm done. And so I would spend a lot of nights just up reading. So once I started like doing this work and really doing the work, not the journey, but doing the work, it's like I don't got no time to be reading nothing until I'm done because it would be that good. So the movies on there reminds me of those books, but I get to watch them in like an hour and a half or 2 hours and then it's over. But here's some that are good. If I can't, that was really good. The Dirty D, it's a series. That's good. Goodness. And believe it or not, some may question whether they think it's good. I liked it, but Erica Mena is in like there's three of them, stepmom, stepmother, or something like that, and she did good. I watched a couple recently that are super good. And they're slipping my mind. I can't believe they're slipping my mind. Anyways, check it out. They have some really good stuff on there. But right now I'm watching Secret Society. Secret Society. Oh, The Love of Money. That one is really good. Carrie Hilson's in it, Cat Williams in it, Lisa Ray is in it, DC Young Fly. That one was good too. So if you like Ratchet TV, check it out. But I'm like, I told y'all that's why I was like looking to invest in stocks because they about to come up. They just turned down somebody offered to buy them for over 2 billion, like, and they declined. And they're saying they're not going to start charging, but um, they have now changed their structure. I used to never watch Tubi. The only time I would watch Tubi, like if my partner came over and put on a movie, and then even then the movies were like hit or miss. But now they got a bunch of stuff, and their viewer watch has grown tremendously, and even the structure is more like structured like Netflix now. So, mhm. Let me see, because I'm it is. I listen that I never used to watch like even like what was that one where they don't see each other. No, it's not The Circle. You know the one where they don't see each other and they decide who they're gonna marry. Like those are shows I never will watch on my own. Whenever I go to my partner's house, like he watches shows like that sometimes. He'll put it on, and then when I watch it, I'm like, "Oh, this is good," and then I'll start watching it. And so Love Island just reminded me of one of those shows, and I mean, I'm like, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I'm on the one where the guy and the girl, I think his name is Louie, and I can't remember her name. But anyways, they keep breaking the rules, losing the money. I'm like, it is not that serious. And I still haven't figured out if does one person win the prize or do they split the prize money? I would think one person wins it ultimately, but at first I thought, do they split it? I don't know, but they just keep kissing and touching and losing all the money. And I'm just like, really? This is fake for real. Cause ain't no way you that horny where you gotta lose all the money to kiss somebody, you know? So let's see. Oh yeah, recession again because what I got is August 25th at 5 in the morning. Child, I know you lying. Ain't no group session at 5 in the morning. Let me look at my calendar. I don't remember these things off the top of my head. Actually, you know what? Even better, let me look on Zoom because looking from my calendar be tripping sometimes. So on the 25th, we have a group session. It does say 5:45 a.m. That's PM. That's PM. It's 5:45 PM. And that's the only session. Why did I have a session saved? Oh, you know what that is? That's the Divine Source Energy Healing session. Never mind. That's on the 4th. Ours is the 25th. That's PM, y'all. That's PM. Thank you, Deja. I'm going to correct that and make an announcement in the Soul family. That is PM. I'm so glad you brought that up. I'm like, girl, ain't no 5:45, nothing. Unless Spirit said, but Spirit, thank you for not saying 5:45, nothing. So that's PM. And yeah, that's when it is, the 25th. A lot to say all black channel has all the ratchet shows, some on BET Plus. My mom said for the love of money. Yes, for the love. That's the one I'm like, I know it was a real good one. I can't think of the name. That was so good. That was so good. Um, I said I love them. I like the new faces on those movies. On Tubi though, they be using some of the same actors in the different movies, but yeah, but it's good. Married at First Sight. Yes, Married at First Sight. I really like that show. Too Hot to Handle. I have seen Too Hot to Handle, and I started watching it at his house, and I like that. Yeah, it's not 5:45 a.m. It's PM. It's PM. Y'all the real MVP signing up for that, thinking it was in the morning. I wake up that early, but please, no. Um, they said, "Oh, okay," and then you mentioned that you would see me in a session this Friday. Yeah, I was tripping. I saw it. It said, it actually said team group session when I looked at it just now, but my eyes only saw a group session when I first looked at it. The Divine Source Energy Healing healers, we have their group session together every first Friday of the month. So that was actually the session. Yeah, me too. He said, should I call out for a session? You don't gotta call out since it ain't in the morning. But yeah, it's the 25th. Um, yeah. So that's what I'm gonna be doing this weekend. Like I'm literally going to rest because usually I get more rest. And the crazy thing is like after that intense like time, the 6 days, usually I take more time to rest. But for some reason it was like I thought I had taken more time and I realized I only took Sunday because we ended on Saturday and then Sunday I rested in bed all day. And then I was like busy Monday and then Tuesday. Now here we are Wednesday. So I'm like, wait, I really didn't rest. That's why I'm still kind of tired. So yeah, I'm going to really just rest and probably do my IV therapy. Probably do that next week because I didn't do it last month. So yeah. Yeah. But that is all. Would you guys be open to Asim doing readings 1 Empower Hour? Would you guys be open to that? I wouldn't. let him do it if he wasn't accurate. I see. I'd like you to see what they say. Why? Oh, why are you trying to pick him up? No, they were only in there when the housekeepers were here. But no, Kanesh, like you ain't putting me in the room. I'm going. You nobody puts baby in the corner. But yeah, I seen they said yes. See, they said let's do it. The agent said let's do it. Alata said yes. TK said I would love that. The agent said I'm ready today. TK said the children are our future. You've been procrastinating. I've been waiting. Yes, I told them how you and Samaj don't like to answer like love questions, like because you guys feel like that's meant to be a surprise. So if someone asked you a love question about the outcome, what are you gonna do? Oh, he said it's off limits. I like that. That he has boundaries. It goes against what he believes, so they're off limits. But will you give love advice based on what you receive? Can you guys hear him? He said yes. So, so yeah. I'm such a nerd when it comes to that. Like I love playing those spiritual games with them, like, with their gifts. When I first really got started with this, we were before he moved to Texas, we would play games to see, like I would have him guess like the number I'm thinking or the hand that, like just all kind of different games. And I was like, oh dang, okay. So when he moved here, I was like so excited, like we could develop it. And then Samaj has been doing the same. And he's like, now it's just flowing, it's just coming. And even one day he was like, I'm gonna go in my room and meditate because I believe he said like he's not feeling like himself or something. But I'm just so proud of him. I'm like, you know what? I'm super proud of you because yeah, you haven't acted like this in a minute. So, but for him to say I'm gonna go and meditate, I was like, okay, because before I've been telling him about meditation since I've been meditating, and finally he's like, using it as a tool. So yeah. Same. Alapa said, "Are you ready now?" Yeah. He said, "Now? I mean, I'm about to go somewhere." You don't have time for one? Hey, Maj. Was like, come say hi. Come say hi to my extended soul family. He's talking about, I'm just trying to eat some food. A simple hi doesn't take that long. I meant where you're in the camera. He said hi, and then he said, yeah, no. Well, there's Momo. That's Asim. Can y'all see Asim's cat? I don't know where the camera's angled. Did y'all see Momo, Asim's cat? That's the one who I said was a human in his most recent past life. His fur starting to grow back for Mother's Day. I seen groomed him, had him cut to where he looked. At first, I thought he looked like Lion King, but then he looked more like Rafiki because he sheds so much. So now he's starting to get furry again. Alata said, "No pressure." He said, "Okay." She said, "Tell him we pay for services like that over up in here. What it do?" Oh, that's what she said first. She said, "Tell him we pay for services like that over here. What it do?" And then she said, "No pressure." But yeah. So we got to make it a date, okay? I done put you on blast. He said, "I can see that." We go live every first Wednesday at 5 p.m. We may not be off no other time. He said, "I probably will." I'm like, he just be doing all kind of stuff. He don't be inviting me now. He told me we can do stuff. We can do it either before I go to work or when I'm off. Just let me know. And I haven't let him know yet, but I will. Like going camping and uh floating in the lazy river. I've been saying that's something I'd like to do for the longest, and I still haven't done the lazy river thing. He was gonna go whitewater rafting. I was like, just make sure you have on the life jacket, okay? That's it. Just wear a life jacket. But yeah, he definitely enjoys the adventure. The adventure. Did you get in touch with the tattoo artist? Oh, cool. Yeah. Sharon, he's going to the tattoo artist we were talking about. Are you even still on? He's working on a piece for me right now. I know. It's been something that I've been like, I like it just seems so fun to me. And then he fell out at a point where he couldn't touch the ground and they were using their life jackets to hold like hold them all together. So that's why I was like, when you go whitewater rafting, just please make sure you wear a life jacket. But he didn't end up going. They went camping. So you did go?
Camping and then we found the lake and we went water rafting.
Oh, you didn't even tell me.
Tell you about the trip at all yet.
Yeah, that's true. You were kind of irritated with me.
Yeah, we did. Okay, love you.
Love you too. Have fun. Be safe. So yeah, he did go. He didn't tell me about it. He said I didn't tell you about the trip at all. He was irritated with me because I was like, what stuff was I asking them to do? Like stuff around the house. Like I'm super lenient, but when it comes to the house, like I'm very particular, you know. And it wasn't like, but he's been on his own. And so he's like, I choose not to make you uncomfortable. And it seems like you're uncomfortable. So if you're uncomfortable, I can move. And I'm just like, well, that's not what I'm saying. Like you can if you choose to, but that's not what I'm saying. You know, just close the shower curtain so it don't get mold on the inside part. You know, y'all scoop the poop twice a day. So nobody could walk in and smell that we have cats. You know, little stuff like that. But at the time he was getting irritated. So after our talk, he was good. We have family meetings, which are helpful. So yeah. Yep. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, ma'am. Look, we keep getting them divine order messages, right? Timber said whitewater rafting is amazeball. See, I say amazeballs too. My niece, my 5-year old niece was like, you say amazeballs? I was like, yeah. Something else that we say that she says she didn't know I say, but it's like me and her mom are sisters. So yeah, that's yeah, life jackets. Yeah, it's important. I'm gonna wear life. Am I gonna wear what? Life jacket in the lazy float river? Yeah, I am. But that's not something that I'm like choosing to do. It don't seem fun to me. That does not seem fun at all. I'm more let me just relax and float and just enjoy the sun, maybe have a little cocktail or a glass of wine or a cup of wine because we in a river, ain't gonna be no glass and talk and chill. Like that sounds about right. Oh man, but yeah. The whitewater rafting. I don't know. It's just not something that's on my list. I'll take your word for it. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. That's like I won't do zip lining again either. I don't enjoy it. Like the whole getting over the fear thing. That was great, but it's like it's not like, oh now I love it. No. He said he would jump out of a plane too. He said he won't go bungee jumping, but he would skydive. My partner said he would too. And I'm like, you'd be doing that by yourself. That's not fun for me. But he won't bungee jump either. No, thank you. I'm jumping out of a plane. TK said rafting would not be for me either. Yeah, it just doesn't seem fun. The only thing similar I would do there was a ride at Disneyland. Like I do that. Was it Splash Mountain? Is that what the ride is called? Where are you guys running from? That's what I'd like to know. Um, so I think it was Splash Mountain. That's about as far as I go. I would like to do a Disney trip though. Um, I almost had one. My sister was reached out. My niece, they were gonna go for the first time, and she wasn't sure if my brother in love was going or not. And so we were planning to go unless Joe went, and then Joe said he was going. I was like, it's gonna be her first time. I'm gonna miss it, but yeah. But I'm planning a trip soon to Disney. It's something that I would like to do. I haven't been since Samaj was a baby. My ex and I surprised I seen with that for Christmas. Um, and Samaj was so young, he don't remember, but he's not interested at this point because I thought, oh, it'd be a good trip, go, all of us go, and mm-mm, that ship has sailed. I'm the only one who lets my inner child integrate with my adult self, and we enjoy ice capades and stage plays centered around characters I loved as a kid, Disney. I don't like amusement parks no more, though. You did a ride. Now I'll do, in Washington State, is it called Sky Miles, where you like stretch out your arms and in the air? I'll do that, but I won't jump out of a plane. I've been parasailing, and that was as far as I'll go. That even resembles skydiving. It's fun, Anitra. You can have it. I'll take your word for it. Anitra said skydiving was fun. You weren't really into zip lining, but you liked skydiving. I'll take your word for it. That's going to be the excursion at the next retreat. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. Good Lord, sweet baby Jesus. The Spirit said it, why would be skydiving? Thank goodness that is not what Spirit said. Ooh, yeah, the food is the best. The food is the best. Now, I will tell you this. You know what else is fun? Haunted houses. Not like the ones that's like real ghosts, but like the Halloween ones. But there is nothing like the haunted cornfields in Washington State. I'm telling you, I've not experienced one better. That would be a nice little adventure to go to the haunted cornfields, all of us. Deja said, "Child, my stomach does flips. I did a roller coaster this year to get over my fear. I'm proud of that. Congratulations. I love it for you." And she said, all it did was flip me upside down and go in a circle. And I was screaming for dear life. Listen, I used to love roller coasters. And then at some point, I stopped. I just, like, I did not enjoy it. My Aunt Rachel and I, when we were pregnant, I was pregnant with Asim when she was pregnant with my cousin Shell. And we went to Disneyland. Me, her, my uncle, my cousin Mia, my cousin Brian. And I was like, "Are you sure we're gonna be okay?" And she was like, "Yeah, they'll be fine." And we went on a roller coaster. I believe that was the last time that I actually liked roller coasters. I was 19. So, yeah, I do not like them anymore. And it's so, I was kind of sad about it because I used to love them. Like, why don't I like it no more? Hey, Ruby. The agent said, "Would you do the fake skydiving?" Oh, yeah, I would do that. I'm just not jumping out of no plane to do it. But yeah, the tank thing, I would do that. And he just said, "I will zip line one time. That one has 17 zips. That's too much for me." Are you talking about the one at the retreat or are you talking about a different one? Tempest said, Disney has the Mad Hatter's rave. Really? Outside club environment. You know what? Something that Denise and I were planning to do because we had done like this night run when I was there and we were going to do the bubble run. I moved before we had a chance to do it. I would love to do that, like a bubble run, or just, I don't necessarily have to run. I could walk real fast though, or just, like that seems fun to me, like the bubbles and or even the one with all the neon paint, music and just, like that'd be fun. And he decided indoor and outdoor skydiving both are fun. Up and down is okay, but circles are evil. Okay, so when you say indoor and outdoor, was outdoor jumping from a plane, or was it like you were just outside, but it was like the one that's indoor? Did you actually jump from a plane to skydive? Denise actually scaled a roof, I mean the side of a building one time. She did that. Denise, oh, I don't think she's still on because she had sent me the link that I asked her to share. The one at the retreat had multiple lines. It overwhelmed me and my blood pressure spiked. Yeah, see, once I did what Spirit told me to do, I was over it. Like I was not gonna keep going. It's like, okay, I did what Spirit told me to do. It was cool, but it's not like, yay. No. Yes, I jumped from a plane. What? Was it for fun or was it when you were in the military? Like, did you say, let's go skydiving, or was it a part of training or something in the military? Parachute and all? Wow. My uncle and his husband, they did hot air balloons in Turkey. I'm kind of like indifferent with that. I'm not sure. Part of me is like, ooh, that would be nice and romantic. And part of me is like, keep your happy ass on the ground. So who knows? Maybe one day. But if I'm gonna do stuff like that, it would be like in Turkey, like I'm not just gonna do it out here. That's like parasailing. Ideally, I was like, I'm gonna be on an island when I do it. But me and CJ, that was our first date. And so we did it in Washington State. And yeah, it was an experience, but I won't do that again either. I just don't really like heights unless I'm in an airplane, not jumping, but going somewhere. What seems like so much fun? The skydiving with the parachute or parasailing? Oh, hot air balloons. Hot air balloons. Hi, Cheryl. How are you? Tim said, oh, foam party. Yeah, that would be fun. What? The turbulence? See, I'm okay with being in the plane. Isn't that weird? Like, but the other stuff, I just accept. I'm just not into it no more. You know? I was scared of heights and was tired of being afraid of work. Ah. You said it was fun though. Like I can't even imagine it being fun. High fly is indoor skydiving. Where is everyone located? Where's everyone located? Like what state do you live in? I'm good. I'm good. We were kind of just doing a Q&A after Empower Hour and then we just started chatting about random stuff. I'm glad you're here. I thought about you earlier. I was like, Cheryl's not here. But yeah, if you feel led to watch the replay, Deja said I can't stop laughing. Yeah, I'm Georgia. TK is in Georgia. Cheryl said, hey, Anitra. You guys can see each other's comments. I always read them like you can't see them. I think that's because there was a platform. No, I believe what it is after the live chat. Somewhere you couldn't see the comments. So I would always read them, but I can't remember where that was. Um, I know after the live, you have to actually go to the chat to see the comments. So maybe it was here. Maybe that's why I started doing that. Deaja's in South Carolina. Cheryl's in Southern Alabama. And y'all know I'm in Knoxville, Tennessee, by way of Berkeley, California. Brittany's in Utah. Yes, yes, yes. So yeah. I hear Maj in there eating. All I hear is sound like a not a mouse, a rat in there rustling through stuff. I didn't even cook this week. I usually cook at least once a week, and then there's enough for leftovers. But I didn't even cook this week. Now I'm feeling like cooking something. Maybe I'll cook this weekend. A lot that's in Cali. You're in Southern California, though, right? Wait, you talking about hot ass Cali? I know some people on this thread like, what? Especially if we got anybody on here from Texas. Yeah, Southern Cali. Because Texas, boy. Did you guys see that video of that police officer that pulled that guy over and he was making the police officer wait? The police was like, I'm trying not to be like the mother police, but because it was hot, like the sweat was dripping off of him. Texas is like, mm-mm. I was like, I don't care if they were giving real estate away for $1, selling it for $1. I might buy it and rent it out, but you couldn't pay me to live in Texas. Of course, your energy is amazing. I literally thought to myself, Cheryl's not here, but then you showed up. So yeah, it's always nice to have you. You've been getting the heat, and excuse me, we've been getting we've been getting rain. It's been warm though. My mom and I were out one day, and it started raining, and I was like, this right here, how it feels. I experienced this one time when I was a little girl. I was outside playing, and it was summertime, but it started raining, and I loved the summer rains ever since. So I love the fact that that happens here a lot. Like we'll have thunderstorms, lightning storms. I really like that. But yeah, I liked it. It was so fun as a kid. It's raining and it's hot because in Cali, that those weren't two things that go hand in hand. It's either raining and it's cold and you in the house, or it's hot and that's it and you outside playing. But we had both and I loved it. You're so welcome. But yeah. And they just said, hey Cheryl. You know what? While we sitting here, that Momo will be working my nerves, y'all. I did it 4 times. He be working my nerves. Like him sitting on the chair like that because he jumps on the table first. And I'm like, okay, Spirit, what are you teaching me? What is he here to show me? Poopy paws. I disinfect. But I'm like, you toss litter with them paws. Stay off the table. Look at him. Y'all see? Wait, I can't see what you can see. Do y'all see him? And he not like Ganesh. And look, Ganesh, see? Wait, where's Ganesh? See him? He just like chilling. He like on the floor. Like he got some sense. And Poopy Paws over there like to be where I would rather him not be. Okay, so this card is for all of us. It's 4 of Michael. It says insight that comes from quiet meditation. It says the need for more sleep or time off, but we're gonna say it serves our highest good to have more sleep or time off, seek relief from stress. Well, listen, I ain't stressed, but that sleep thing, that spirit's talking to me. So yeah. hmm And we were talking about that earlier, just how meditation strengthens that connection. So spirit is just reiterating, like, if you're not doing it every day, just start, just start. It really does help. It really is valuable. And it helps with so many other things too, like even our physical bodies benefit. It's not just about the connection. You can see where the whole focus is, right? Because it's like once we spirit led, we'll be led on how to work with the body. So yeah, and pull from the bottom. This came in reverse. Is it reverse? I got no. It's 9 of Raphael. Make a wish. Dreams become reality. A joyful time of life. So don't think small. Don't be afraid to put it out there and make it plain of what you're choosing. Like spirit is like, I got you. Like just show up for you and I'll get you there. Like whatever it is. I mean, sometimes we still be dreaming small. Sometimes we still be thinking small. Sometimes we go in that modest, like, we just don't feel like we're capable of having it all, or we're worthy to have it all, or we're asking too much, or there's so many things like games that ego in the mind plays, and spirits like, let that go and just say it. Just say it. And I'm hearing Luther, never too much, never too much. Never too much. Sometimes we don't ask for it all because we realize that to get it all, right, it requires something of us. And sometimes when we're not choosing to do that, we won't ask for it all because even though consciously that may not be how we're thinking, but our unconscious is like, because our unconscious is connected to the soul and the soul's all knowing. It's like, okay, well, if I let spirit know this is what I'm choosing, the spirit's going to direct me on how to get it. And it's so much easier to just complain about not having it rather than doing what it takes to get it. Don't let that be you. Just do the work, put in the energy. You deserve it. You ready. You ready. I'm here, Mary, Mary, go get your blessings. So yeah. Yeah, you too, sleep. Yeah, because we both, Cheryl said, talking to me, Nikila. I'm so glad. Maybe that's why I was guided to pull a card. But yeah, oh, you guys could see him. Right, he is Ganesh, and then like Ganesh will sit in the seat. So like I had Asim start vacuuming the couches, the couch, the ottoman, and the chairs, like every 3 days. And then when housekeeping comes, they vacuum it. Just because like I don't wear my inside clothes in the rest of my house. Like as soon as I come home, I take my clothes off. And that's just something I've always done, even before I had cats. But Momo, his fur gets over it. Like, you know, he sheds, and so anyways, it's just it like he just be doing stuff that I be like, what is he showing me? Because yeah, and he don't listen. Ganesh, you could be like, Nesh, make a loud noise. He jump, run, stop doing it. Or he at least smart enough to not do it in your face. Momo just like, and he'll look at you. He'll just wait for you to spray him or do something. He not just gonna move from a loud noise. So I haven't been catching him just walking across the table. One time I splashed him with water because I didn't have the spray bottle. And so I just took the water and splashed him. He definitely didn't like that. And I feel like that's why he don't walk on the table no more when I'm here. But yeah, but I like watching them play. Watching them play together is very entertaining. That's like a whole movie in itself. So, yeah, sleep. My mom said me too. Yeah, we haven't really like just paused. Ma, you didn't pause either. You kind of been going too. So, mhm. TK said, I've been feeling to just lay around, taking it easy. Yeah. Cheryl said, yes, sleep. Yeah, it's like listen to your body. Like listen to your body. Some of the things like were scheduled, which is why like after I took that one day, I was, because I had scheduled like the photo shoot I had scheduled that I believe like 2 months ago. I scheduled it and I had it was already a reschedule. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and do this because I had already rescheduled. But this weekend, I'm definitely gonna rest, catch up. If I do anything, it'll just be cook. It'll just be cook because I'm ready to eat some of my cooked food. I will. Thank you, Cheryl. Because today is Wednesday. Tomorrow's I'm gonna say tomorrow's Thursday, and I don't even think I have anything on my schedule for Thursday. Tomorrow's my cousin's birthday. Nope, I don't have anything. So I'll probably be in bed tomorrow, working from bed in the group, y'all, watching y'all lives and responding and on Boxer answering stuff from bed all day. Yeah. But you know what? I'm so grateful, you guys, that we had this opportunity to just sit and chat and just, come together. I'm grateful. And yeah, share Empower Hour on your timeline. If you got anything out of it, I'm sure somebody else will. And start inviting people to join us. Anitra, I know you used to invite people all the time. Some of you are here, like Stephanie, I know you're here from an Anitra invite. So just like that invite touched you and now you just a part of the whole community, pay it forward. Me too, me too. You deleted that? Is it because you're logged into a different platform? I mean, a different account? So, yeah. But I'm sending you guys so much love. Thank you for showing up, not just during this time. It's just that I ran out of people. But here's the thing, though it's not even just like specific people. It's just, if you guys got something out of this and you know, after you're here on the live, if you go back to it, it'll be a share button. You can copy it and then you can just post it and just let people know, join us, every first Wednesday at 5 p.m. And even if they don't join us, they may get something out of the message, that is here. I love you too, Cheryl. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, Brittany says so beautiful. Thank you. My spirit needed this. Well, I am so grateful, but your spirit didn't need it. It just served your highest good. That's all. Have a good night. You too, Deasia. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, y'all. I love you. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Good night, y'all.